L'chaim Chevra. Let us take the picture of the holy martyr Michael Servetus. May God avenge his blood down. And let's read from the Mishneh Torah. We usually translate Mishneh Torah as restatement of the law by Rabbeinu Moshe ben Maimon, Rabbi Moses Maimonides. The last two chapters of his monumental magnum opus, the first codification of the Jewish law, really in history, written about 1,000 years ago in Egypt, and translated from the Judeo-Arabic to the Hebrew, I believe by Rabbi Kapach was his name. And there have been many authoritative commentaries, including obviously the Kesef Mishnah by the Beit Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, about 500 years ago, who wrote the authoritative codification of Judaism that is in effect today, known as the Shulchan Aruch, literally set table, usually gets translated as the Code of Jewish Law, which is what defines Orthodox Judaism today. And in the last two chapters of the laws of kings and wars, Malchim u'Milchamot, he sets out our basic beliefs regarding what will happen in the future and regarding the Messiah. I will spare you the Hebrew. In the future, the Messianic king will arise and renew the Davidic dynasty, restoring it to its initial sovereignty. He will build the temple and gather the dispersed of Israel. Then in his days, the observance of all the statutes will return to their previous state. We will offer sacrifices, observe the sabbatical and jubilee years, according to all their particulars as described by the Torah. Anyone who does not believe in him or does not await his coming denies not only the statements of the other prophets, but those of the Torah and Moses, our teacher. The Torah testifies to his coming, as Deuteronomy 30, verses 3 through 5 states, God will bring back your captivity and have mercy upon you. He will again gather you from among the nations, even if your diaspora is at the ends of the heavens. God will gather you up from there and bring you to the land. These explicit words of the Torah include all the statements made by all the prophets. Reference to Mashiach is also made in the portion of Bilam, who prophesies about two anointed kings. The one anointed king, David, who saved Israel from her oppressors, and the final anointed king who will arise from his descendants and save Israel in the end of days. That passage, Numbers 24:17 through 18, relates, I see it, but not now. This refers to David. I perceive it, but not in the near future. This refers to the Messianic king. A star shall go forth from Jacob. This refers to David, and a staff shall arise in Israel. This refers to the Messianic king. Crushing all of Moab's princes. This refers to David, as 2 Samuel 8, verse 2 relates. He smote Moab and measured them with a line. decimating all of Seth's descendants. This refers to the Messianic king about whom Zechariah 9:10 prophesies. He will rule from sea to sea. Edom will be demolished. This refers to David, as 2 Samuel 8 verse 6 states. Edom became the servants of David. Seir will be destroyed. This refers to the Messianic king, as Obadiah 1:21 prophesies. Saviors will ascend Mount Zion to judge the mountain of Esav. Similarly, with regard to the cities of refuge, Deuteronomy 19:8-9 states, when God will expand your borders, you must add 3 more cities. This command was never fulfilled. Surely God did not give this command in vain. There is no need to cite proofs from the works of the prophets, for all their books are filled with mention of this matter. One should not presume that the Messianic king must work miracles and wonders, bring about new phenomena in the world, resurrect the dead, or perform other similar deeds. This is definitely not true that it must happen in such a way. Proof can be brought from the fact that Rabbi Akiva, one of the greater sages of the Mishneh, was one of the supporters of King Bar Koziba, and would describe him as the Messianic king. He and all the sages of his generation considered him to be the Messianic king until he was killed because of sins. Once he was killed, they realized that he was not the Messiah. The sages did not ask him for any signs or wonders. The main thrust of the matter is this Torah, its statutes, and its laws are everlasting. We may not add to them or detract from them. If a king will arise from the house of David who diligently contemplates the Torah and observes its mitzvot as prescribed by the written law and the oral law, as David his ancestor, will compel all of Israel to walk in the way of the Torah and rectify the breaches in its observance and fight the wars of God, we may with assurance consider him Mashiach. If he succeeds in the above, builds the temple in its place, and gathers the dispersed of Israel, he is definitely the Messiah. He will then improve the entire world, motivating all the nations to serve God together. As Zephaniah 3:9 states, Ki az epoch el amim safa berra likro chulam b'shem Hashem u'le'ovdo Shem echad. I will transform the peoples to a purer language, that they all will call upon the name of God and serve him with one purpose. If he did not succeed to this degree or was killed, he surely is not the Redeemer promised by the Torah. Rather, he should be considered as all the other proper and complete kings of the Davidic dynasty who died. God caused him to arise only to test the many, as Daniel 11:35 states, and some of the wise men will stumble, to try them, to refine, and to clarify until the appointed time, because the set time is in the future. And in uncensored versions of Maimonides, you will find the rest of this chapter. Jesus of Nazareth, who aspired to be the Messiah and was executed by the court, was also alluded to in Daniel's prophecies, as Ibid 11:14 states, "The vulgar among your people shall exalt themselves in an attempt to fulfill the vision, but they shall stumble." Can there be a greater stumbling block than Christianity? All the prophets spoke of Mashiach as the Redeemer of Israel and their Savior, who would gather their dispersed and strengthen their observance of the mitzvot. In contrast, Christianity caused the Jews to be slain by the sword, their remnants to be scattered and humbled, the Torah to be altered, and the majority of the world to err and serve a God other than the Lord. Nevertheless, the intent of the Creator of the world is not within the power of man to comprehend. For his ways are not our ways, nor are his thoughts our thoughts. Ultimately, all the deeds of Jesus of Nazareth and that Ishmaelite who arose after him will only serve to prepare the way for Mashiach's coming and the improvement of the entire world, motivating the nations to serve God together, as Zephaniah 3:9 states, I will transform the peoples to a purer language, that they all will call upon the name of God and serve him with one purpose. How will this come about? The entire world has already become filled with the mention of Mashiach, Torah, and mitzvot. These matters have been spread to the furthermost islands, to many stubborn-hearted nations. They discuss these matters and the mitzvot of the Torah, saying, these mitzvot were true, but were already negated in the present age, and are not applicable for all time. Others say implied in the mitzvot are hidden concepts that cannot be understood simply. The Mashiach has already come and revealed those hidden truths. When the true Messianic king will arise and prove successful, his position becoming exalted and uplifted, they will all return and realize that their ancestors endowed them with a false heritage, and their prophets and ancestors caused them to err. Do not presume that in the Messianic age any facet of the world's nature will change, or there will be innovations in the work of creation. Rather, the world will continue according to its pattern. Although Isaiah 11:6 states, the wolf will dwell with the lamb, the leopard will lie down with the goat. These words are a metaphor and a parable. The interpretation of the prophecy is as follows. Israel will dwell securely together with the wicked Gentiles who are likened to a wolf and a leopard. As in the prophecy Jeremiah 5:6, a wolf from the wilderness shall spoil them, and a leopard will stalk their cities. They will all return to the true faith and no longer steal or destroy. Rather, they will eat permitted food at peace with Israel, as Isaiah 11:7 states. The lion will eat straw like an ox. Similarly, other messianic prophecies of this nature are metaphors. In the messianic era, everyone will realize which matters were implied by these metaphors and which allusions they contained. And I have to say, this last part, we would say, applies to his understanding of them as metaphors as well. Not everyone agrees that necessarily things will be so simple, but obviously when the prophecies are fulfilled, we will all know. Our sages taught there will be no difference between the current age and the Messianic era except the emancipation from our subjugation to the Gentile kingdoms. The simple interpretation of the prophet's words appear to imply that the war of Gog and Magog will take place at the beginning of the Messianic age. Before the war of Gog and Magog, a prophet will arise to inspire Israel to be upright and prepare their hearts, as Malachi 3:23 states, "Behold, I am sending you Elijah. He will not come to declare the pure impure, or declare the impure pure. He will not dispute the lineage of those presumed to be of proper pedigree, nor will he invalidate the pedigree of those whose lineage is presumed blemished. Rather, he will establish peace within the world." As Ibid 3:24 continues, he will turn the hearts of the fathers to the children. There are some sages who say that Elijah's coming will precede the coming of the Mashiach. All these and similar matters cannot be definitely known by man until they occur, for these matters are undefined in the prophet's words, and even the wise men who have no established tradition regarding these matters except their own interpretation of the verses. Therefore, there is a controversy among them regarding these matters. Regardless of the debate concerning these questions, neither the order of the occurrences of these events or their precise detail are among the fundamental principles of the faith. A person should not occupy himself with the agadot and homiletics concerning these and similar matters, nor should he consider them as essentials, for study of them will neither bring fear or love of God. Similarly, one should not try to determine the appointed time for Mashiach's coming. Our sages declared, may the spirits of those who attempt to determine the time of Mashiach's coming expire. Rather, one should await and believe in the general conception of the matter as explained. During the era of the Messianic king, once his kingdom has been established and all of Israel has gathered around him, the entire nation's line of descent will be established on the basis of his words, and the prophetic spirit which will rest upon him, as Malachi 3:3 states, he shall sit as a refiner and purifier. He will purify the lineage of the Levites first, stating he is a priest of defined lineage. He is a Levite of defined lineage. Those whose lineage he will not recognize will be lowered to the status of Israelites. This is implied by Ezra 2:63. The governor said to them, they should not eat of the most holy things until a priest arises who will wear the Urim and the Tumim. From this verse, you can infer that the prophetic spirit will be used to define and notify the pedigree of lineage. When he defines the lineage of the Israelites, he will make known their tribal lineage alone, stating he is from this tribe and he is from another tribe. He will not, by contrast, state concerning a person who is presumed to be of unblemished lineage, he is illegitimate or he is of slave lineage, for the law is once a family has become intermingled with the entire Jewish people, they may remain intermingled. The sages and the prophets did not yearn for the Messianic era in order to have dominion over the entire world, to rule over the Gentiles, to be exalted by the nations, to eat, drink, and celebrate. Rather, they desired to be free, to involve themselves in Torah and wisdom without any pressures or disturbances, so that they would merit the world to come, as explained in the laws of repentance, which is towards the beginning of the book. In that era, there will be neither famine or war, envy or competition, for God good will flow in abundance, and all the delights will be freely available as dust. The occupation of the entire world will be solely to know God. Therefore, the Jews will be great sages and know the hidden matters, grasping the knowledge of their Creator according to the full extent of human potential. As Isaiah 11:9 states, the world will be filled with the knowledge of God as the waters cover the ocean beds. Blessed be God who grants assistance. This completes Hilchot Melachim and the entire text. Blessed be he who spoke and the world came into being as a whole with all its particulars. This concludes the 14th book with the help of the Almighty. The amount of chapters in this book are 81. Hilchot Sanhedrin, Edut, Mamrim, Evel, Melachim. In the entire text, there are 83 halachot and 982 chapters, complete and perfect, with praise to God, creator of the world. And that was the last part of the Mishneh Torah. Okay. Now, if anybody wants to join and discuss these matters, we can. Otherwise, I'm going to sit here and enjoy my beer. Happy was hungry. And when Happy's hungry, Happy gets food. Happy is my dog. Shadow is my cat. It's not quite clear how this what do you mean by sacrificial system would be anew? Like, if you mean, will you have an account of sacrifices you will have to bring for what's going on right now? I would think not. Uva letzion goel l'shaveh pesha bat Yaakov, and will come to Zion a redeemer to those who repent of sin in Jacob. What is quite likely is that the Messiah will come to a righteous generation. I would think. Mateo!
What's up?
Of 5. You should get a beard.
I should. I don't have much. Surprise, surprise. I just wanted to come hang out with you. I was watching the stream, so.
What'd you think?
Ashamedly, that's the most Maimonides I've been shared with or engaged with. He's definitely on my back burner of the reading list. You know, I wasn't always a reader my whole life, and I've found that becoming a reader, boy, you just that reading list just grows and grows and grows.
It does indeed. It does. And what's his name? Peterson Academy launched today,
Yeah.
and I started watching some of the videos. Oh, it's gonna take me forever to finish all these videos.
Yeah. Is the discounted price still there?
No, it's full price now.
Man, I should have pulled the trigger.
It's only $50 difference.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's not a big deal.
I mean, I think it's $500 a year without the discount, something like that.
Interesting. How was your day today?
My day has been busier than I estimated it would be.
I didn't know you had a dog.
You didn't. I used to have a happy cam. I should probably redo the happy cam.
Interesting.
Yes.
I knew you had Shadow the cat.
Yes. Happy is too big for me to pick her up for the
Well, yeah, I was gonna say Shadow like doesn't mind the camera.
Happy doesn't mind the camera either. Happy, come say hi. Come say hi. This is about as much happy you're gonna see as you're gonna see.
It's beautiful. Is it he or she?
She.
She's beautiful.
Yes, she is. She's getting old though.
Yeah, that happens. My family just had to put down their Bichon Frigé of about 15, 16 years. Once the kids left, once they got the empty nest, they got them a little lap dog, and it was rough on my folks, that's for sure.
I did not intend to get a dog as big as Happy, but what can you do? You end up with the dog you end up with.
It looked like a mid-size. It didn't look like it's a giant or anything.
She's 80 pounds.
Okay. Do you know the breeds, or the breed, or kind of just a mutt?
Mutt. Yeah. My previous dog was 45 pounds. That's more. I can pick that up, but like, yeah. I live on the second floor, and we don't have an elevator in this building. And once Happy can't walk up the stairs, I'm not going to be able to carry you.
Interesting how one of my little, you got your greatest hits. One of the things I like to talk, I won't say I got greatest hits, but I love thinking about and chewing on the co-evolution of us and them, of how they're truly man's best friend. I have a best friend actually going through a rough patch as friends right now, but that's a whole nother story. Anyways, he's by far the best dog owner trainer I've ever been around. When I was growing up, he had a bunch of dogs, and if you were to go in to hug his mother, which means like your arms got raised, those dogs would be watching you like a hawk. They made sure you were going to be very gentle with Mama Broussard. So
Yeah. So one of the many reasons I ended up getting a cat was because getting a dog was very, very helpful for me. And I want to include animal therapy in my mental health practice. And I figured not everybody can get a dog. So one of the reasons I got a cat was I wanted to see what having a cat was like. And Shadow may be the most dog-like cat in the world. She does not hide when new people come. She runs right up to them.
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I was a cat person. When I got out of incarceration, I was doing a little homeless time, and one time, finally, my an aunt in Jackson. I was in Pensacola, and an aunt in Jacksonville called and said, if you're gonna be surfing couches or worse, come live on my couch. And anyways, my cousin had a cat there, and I think I lived there for about a year and a half till I jumped out on my own apartment. And one time the cat got caught up in a fishing hook in the fishing poles, and I was just happened to be the person on the front porch who heard the chaos, and I went over there and got the fishing hook out of him. And from that moment, our relationship changed, and I kind of became a cat person. It's very interesting. Um, it was also a very sweet and amazing cat. I have to give the credit, but they've grown on me for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I like pretending like I hate cats. Like that's like the team sports type thing. It's like it's fun to be on team cat or team
Oh
dog.
yeah, okay. I didn't quite get your analogy there. I get it now.
Yeah, like I was always on team dog, but yeah, now I have a cat. So
Well, you stirred some feathers here recently in very Jacob fashion. You've been stirring some. You've been. Oh, I guess that's mixing my metaphors. You've been ruffling feathers. There you go.
I have been ruffling feathers. I have.
Though one could say you have always ruffled feathers.
I do seem to do that. Yeah. Trivia alert: pound for pound, your dog is 3 to 4 times stronger than you. Yeah, Happy doesn't know it, but if she wanted to kill me, she could.
I just reached out to a friend here back in Jacksonville. I lived actually the apartment I moved. Well, no, I moved out to an apartment with an interesting girlfriend situation. Another whole story. But anyways, when I came home and all the doors were locked and or the locks were changed and the power was cut off, I ended up having to get my own apartment. And I was in like Hipsterville, Jacksonville, and they had this nice little bar and grill there. And I ended up becoming a pretty regular patron. And this was all kind of going on with my like my first baptism of Jordan Peterson. And I'm already a talker, so I befriended the whole staff. The whole staff loved me. I ended up even having the privilege to walk behind the bar, grab the TV remote, and change it to whatever sports game I wanted. Refill my water, because if I go drinking, I'm always drinking water. But anyways, they had a trivia night there, and I have the saying that trivia is the stupidest thing because to be good at it is just trivial, but it is something I love. And so I reached out to a friend here to try and find a trivia night to try and just get up out of the house a little bit more and a healthy manner. And he said he doesn't think they have one. I haven't done the hard task of Googling it yet, but he said he doesn't think they have one here in Midland, which kind of breaks my heart.
Yeah, I have some friends who really enjoy trivia. We've gone to some bar trivia events before. But
My father's not a wicked intellect or anything like that, but he's not an idiot. He's a pilot. He was a pilot in the Marine Corps. He went enlisted to officer. And anyways, one of the little traditions we would do is we'd watch Jeopardy pretty regularly. So, and plus, just my family took education very seriously. I got a near genius brother and stuff. So, paying attention to education and stuff like that has always been kind of near and dear to my heart, even as the weirdo athlete in the family and stuff.
what sports did you play?
I played baseball my whole youth. Got to high school, and my school we've won many state championships in Florida in baseball, so it's a little bit more rigorous. And I kind of had to pick one or the other for either football or baseball, and I chose football. Made it to a small little college, which Baxter knew about the college. It's a small liberal arts college in Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Millsaps College. But now I picked up basketball somewhat in high school, just picked it up real harsh, just really barely playing with friends and pickup games and stuff. But then when I got out of incarceration, I really wanted to make sure I was taking care of myself, fitness wise. And it's great cardio it's one thing I learned about basketball earlier is you don't stop running. And so it's one thing to be able to shoot jumpers when you're all feeling great, but it's another thing when you just ran a mile and a half. And so now I'm 10 years in of almost playing every day, at least dribbling around, shooting every day. So, and then golf too would be another one. I also like pool.
When did you get out of jail?
Say it again.
When did you get out of jail?
Right before the Super Bowl 2015. I know exactly
Okay,
one of them.
so it's been like 10 years. You talk about it constantly.
It's part of my journey. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What who I am? I can't escape that. Can't escape it. Yeah, yeah. And it's not. I didn't do 10 years either. I only did 10 months. So, anyways,
It
yeah. I mean, it's not a
obviously
trivial thing. It was a felony. It was a felony charge. I have the big F on my name. So,
you are a felon. Why am I letting you sleep on my couch?
because you love Christians.
Oh, that's why. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I've been on the straight and narrow for 10 years. So, yeah, we're good. I think you can trust me.
Well, if I can't, Happy will take care of you.
There you go. There you go. That's right. You asked me to house sit for you, Joker. Get out of here.
What?
I said you offered for me to house sit for you. Quit playing games on this telescreen.
Oh, I have like nothing worth stealing. I mean, I guess you could steal this, but
No, I don't even like joking about this stuff.
I don't know if I tried to sell it if anybody would buy it.
I actually thought it was Pokemon cards for a long time, and someone had to school me.
It is an uncut sheet of foil Zendikar.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know.
It's got to be heretical for you to have that, though, right? Or is that only Christians that get funny about that stuff? It's like that was left field.
That's definitely. I mean, okay, so on eBay, an uncut sheet of Mythics is $600. So, yeah, this isn't Mythics. This is Commons. An uncut sheet will generally $250 and up.
I don't even like joking about this stuff. I wouldn't harm a hair on your body. Get out of here. I wouldn't steal anything from you.
Good thing that isn't a hair on my body. No, I mean honestly, like the only things I own worth taking are in a safe. And if
That's
you're gonna
probably
work
pretty wise.
that hard, honestly, there are such easier targets.
I don't like joking about this stuff. Let's not. You're in California. It ain't gonna be me that you got to worry about breaking into your home and stealing crap.
I'm not worried.
No, I hear you. I hear you, brother.
I'm fine with Coronas. I ended up inheriting a bunch of Coronas, and they're just sitting in the fridge, and it's hot these days.
Got to go lime. Got to stick the lime in there. It's great.
I do not have lime.
Yeah.
I don't have lime.
I'm a Yingling man myself. Easy on my biology. I'm not a drinker, first of all. Marijuana was always my goober, and I'm 30.
I was at my aunt's house, and they had Buchanan's Red Label. Ooh, that's good whiskey.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good whiskey.
My brother's a bit of a whiskey man these days. I mean, he's not a drinker either, but if he's going to dabble. You ever smoke marijuana, Jacob? We're just gonna do it.
I tried a couple of times, did nothing for me.
Interesting. This is gonna be a weird conversation just because I was hoping that Father DeYoung would come on here and you guys could really chew on some deep stuff, but I'm not Father DeYoung by no means.
I mean, it's up to him. I don't know how busy he is.
Well, maybe this isn't good form, but maybe we can try and get a little bit more depth to this conversation. You a little bit in that stream, and obviously, please correct me anywhere.
I will. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know you. Okay, there was at least a tone of criticism on Mr. Busiti, and I, for one of the people in TLC who, explicitly comes out and says, shamefully, I'm not for the minds in TLC in this community, perhaps the spherical corner. I am probably at the very bottom as goes biblical knowledge and theological sophistication. I say my theology is 98% Jonathan Pageau and 2% of just my BS, my idiosyncratic BS. But so, yeah, I guess I've always been very, very impressed with David and kind of his breadth and his ability to draw upon that theology and biblical knowledge. if you wanted to maybe clarify a little bit, what
Okay,
is
so let's. I mean, as I pointed out several times today, like I let him stream on my channel
yeah,
as
that's
he likes, right?
yes,
So
yes.
like I do not suffer fools. You may have noticed.
Mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm,
am
mm-hmm.
in no way shy of saying you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So, like, if he didn't know his Bible better than a lot of people, and like, I've had very good discussions with David. So, like, it it definitely comes out of a place of respect and love, right?
Yes.
Um,
Touche.
so, like,
There's apathy is the opposite of love.
I mean, yeah. If he was, if he didn't know what he was talking about, I probably. I mean, I might make fun of him. I do make fun of people who say stupid things.
Well, I think you'd go
But
as far as he wouldn't be on your channel if he didn't give you that first impression, right?
yeah, he definitely would not have.
There
Um,
you go.
yeah, he definitely would not be leading Bible studies on my channel
Okay.
if he did not know what he was talking about better than most people, right? Um, so I mean, that should be clear to anybody who knows me.
Yeah.
At the same time, right? Like, because I do let him stream on my channel, um, I kind of did feel like maybe I should just like clarify,
Yeah.
right?
No,
Uh,
I think that's a very valid framing of that.
yeah, like I love David, but like anybody who looks at the Passover Seder and thinks that it's all about Jesus, like, is missing the point, right? This is the number one criticism I have of Jonathan Pajot, right?
Okay.
Jonathan Pajot will talk about the greatest story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is the
Mm-hmm.
story of Jesus, right? And I do not understand how an intelligent person could say that without recognizing that it is clearly idolatrous.
Interesting.
When
So
you
here,
when you talk about the greatest story, right? As if there's one story which is the story which contains all of creation within it. Like, if your Bible could be reduced to one thing of the Gospel of Matthew, then the entire Bible would be just the Gospel of Matthew.
yeah.
Obviously, the story of Jesus, first of all, is not even self-contained because it's not understandable without like the rest of the Bible. Like, it's incomprehensible without the rest of the Bible. But like, Jesus in no way lived like all of the stories that are part of our lives. He wasn't a husband, he wasn't a father, he wasn't a ruler, he wasn't all of the things that he was not, right? It are part of creation and the world.
Yeah.
So like when Pajot says the greatest story is the story of Jesus, it's like, do I even have to respond to such silliness?
Well, and here we go, because I mean, we're going to do this. Take all of this with a very fine grain of salt, because I don't know what the heck I'm talking about, but I'm here and I'm amongst beloved friends, so I'm going to try my hand. Um, and this kind of actually you went where I was actually going to have a question for you. So the way I would kind of frame it is he's the ultimate symbol in the ultimate story, and there are stories of fathers and husbands in the Old Testament, correct? Is that okay? And so I guess I would then ask, do you there's a kind of a trendy notion, I don't know if that's the right frame, but there's kind of this notion of Judeo-Christian. Are you against that notion? Do you think
No,
that,
I mean, obviously Christianity is a Jewish heresy. So it
I
came
almost spit my drink out.
it came from Judaism.
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That heresy word is a pretty charged word there, Jacob.
yeah, but are you surprised? I mean, so this is the way I make it very salient to Christians. Like, if you told me, I will baptize you or kill you, I would rather die.
Mm-hmm.
I would literally rather die.
Interesting.
Right? So, like, and this was part of what I was trying to make clear earlier today. It's like, look, we can be neighbors and we can be civil without pretending like we don't have different religions, right? We have different religions. We don't have to lie to each other to um, to like be able to live as neighbors.
Yeah. Well, and I think what you do here on your channel is a great exemplification of that. I think what this community is about and how we comport ourselves on the whole is a great exemplification of that. Um, yeah. I do want to just maybe have one comment is I found the proselytizing aspect. It was the very end of that most recent stream. I found that fascinating to me. I think you said even PVK clipped something of you mentioning you synthesized the three cardinal sins into like ones, which is very clever and very Jacob.
Well, no. It's not that I did it. Like, this is how it was taught to me.
Oh, is that rabbis that framed it that
Yeah,
way?
like
Okay.
like this is how in Orthodox Judaism we view like being like proselytizing as being as bad as all of the worst sins combined.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's so fascinating too, because I mean, because proselytizing and evangelizing would be kind of synonyms, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fascinating because I mean we have this thing Big Eva, like that evangelical is like a huge sect of the Protestant
This is
lineage.
a major difference between Christianity and Judaism. And like, so if Father Stephen does come on, right, the discussion would be how like what a lot of Protestants are just relitigating the beginnings of the Christian church. They really are. Like,
I heard you make that comment. Yeah, can you go into a little bit more of that? Can you
so like
expand?
the whole thing with like is is the Eucharist like the Passover Seder or not, right? Like, that's why there's this huge controversy within between the Eastern Orthodox and the Western Orthodox I mean, and the Catholics, sorry, um, which are the Western Orthodox. It like of whether or not communion needs to be had um, with leavened bread or unleavened bread, right? Like, one of the largest early controversies, in fact, what I believe Nicaea was most meant to settle was what the date of Easter was supposed to be. And Christians still have a huge debate over when Easter is supposed to be, right?
Yep.
So there's a lot of these things from 2,000 years ago, which have in fact become more live again because of Protestants re-questioning of these same things. And the reason I brought it up was because of, David, like, should Gentiles be observing the Jewish festivals or not? Like that's obviously, like, it's one of the major points in the letters of Paul and in the book of Acts.
That they should or shouldn't. Remember, and I'm sorry for the chat. I am who I am. I am so ignorant on so much of this, so we got to treat it like a little bit of a child here. So, are you for that or against that?
I do not think that Gentiles should be
pseudo celebrating.
Yeah, I don't think Gentiles should be pretending they're Jews.
That's interesting too, because I'll come back to the other point. That's interesting too, because I actually watched that strange theology conversation, and I'm not Jacob, so I'm nobody. So I actually very much enjoyed it, and the fact that you're kind of focusing in on the way I cognized it, and I maybe totally missed it, and forgive me for that, but the attempt to venerate in a similar fashion that holiday, and even can you go into Seder? What is, can you? I'm so sorry. Ridicule me. I've been ridiculed much before. I don't care. Can you go in? Is that just a synonym for Easter?
No.
So
the Seder is Seder literally means order, and it is the way we celebrate Passover.
Okay, so it's the order of your celebration of Passover.
Correct.
Okay.
And so generally, I mean, the idea is that the Last Supper was a Passover Seder of some sort. Certainly, the crucifixion was around the time of the Passover. The gospel.
Yeah, because I know there's a detail there, because there was a reason I know. From what I understand, the reasons the Jews at that time couldn't punish Jesus in a certain manner was because they were observing their holiday, correct?
I mean, that's a thing,
Okay.
but like in the Gospel of John, very, very clearly, the Sanhedrin says it is against our law to kill any man, and that is also how the Talmud explains it. We don't impose the death penalty except in incredibly rare circumstances. So the idea that, I mean, there is a question what exactly happened. There is a story in the Talmud, possibly of somebody who may have been Jesus, but like the question becomes, is the Talmud then relating a history or just discussing what Christians have been saying? But generally, like, the imposition of the death penalty in Judaism has always been very rare. And the question would become, like, if Jesus were put to death, what exactly he would be put to death for? Crucifixion is not a Jewish death sentence at all. So, like, yeah, so in many, many ways, I mean, what exactly happened? So it's not a joke to say that Judaism does not have many actually fixed beliefs about Jesus, because we don't, because our religion, like, our religion is not some sort of, like, we're not preoccupied with Christianity, right? If Christianity never existed, there would still be Judaism. But obviously, we've also lived with Christians for thousands of years now. So
been persecuted by them. Shamefully.
Well, that too, although I have to say, in certain ways, that has been, unfortunately, overemphasized in ways that I think it shouldn't have been. And also, I was quite surprised to learn that Christians seriously believe that the supposed persecution of the early Christians by Jews in their Bible is historically credible, which I don't think it is historically credible at all. And most
Yeah.
historians similarly.
Well, the main persecution was by the Romans, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like the Jews were a client state of the Romans.
That's right.
So like it's like.
Well, and I've even heard. Go ahead.
Imagine, for example, somebody were to say, during the occupation of China by the British, that they were persecuted by the Chinese. It would kind of be like, what are you talking about? China was a colony of the British at the time. So, like, yeah.
Interesting.
Brian, do I know you? Somebody joined the stream, and I don't know if it's a person I know or not. So
I don't recognize that either. I do want to just, before we lose it, the thought entirely. You mentioned Protestants relitigating or re-arguing these ancient kind of controversies. Glenn Scrivener, which I've been just blown away by here recently, as a Christian, obviously, I don't even know if you're paying attention to him. But he has this saying that the culture war is just biblical verse. How does he frame it? I don't want to be clumsy. Arguing over biblical verses that we've long forgot. It's this notion that the Me Too movement is just a demand for a more chivalrous Christian sexual ethic. And of course, the uber woke Puritans don't realize it. And even probably, Christians like myself who aren't as, it's kind of ironic because I do realize it because I'm paying attention to Glenn Scrivener, but other Christians probably don't realize it either. But anyways, I thought that framing was very, very fascinating, and I thought it was very robust.
Well, we're definitely having some sort of religious reframing. I don't think that's. I mean, whether or not it's particularly Christian, like any religion is going to have a lot of ideas about a lot of things that currently have become part of the culture war. I think because we've lost our
shared normative vision.
No, Douglas Murray in his book The Madness of Crowds.
Yep, I read it.
It's really good. He says, we pretend that we don't know what until 5 minutes ago everybody knew, and I think there's a lot of truth in that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
So I have a conundrum with that though too, because we also say there's also a colloquialism of the wisdom of crowds. So it's this paradox that man finds himself in. So
yeah, I actually watched the first 2 lessons of the Intro to Psychology class on the Peterson Academy today, and they were pretty good. And one of the things he talks about is, you don't have your beliefs, in isolation from other people.
Yeah, it's the distributed cognition point that you highlighted so wisely. I think here we can kind of just do it through. I mean, I don't think there's any guards on this conversation so far, guardrails. How much when the Jordan Peterson wake happened, when the JPB phenomenon emerged, How deep did you go? I have the. I mean, I'll put my cards on the table. I had the quote of I did around probably 300 to 350 hours of his content in those first year and a half, 2 years. How deep did you go on his psychology courses and stuff?
So I mean, I didn't. So the
I was
thing
also a
is,
single bachelor, so I mean, I understand. You know,
I'm not. I mean, I am a huge fan of Peterson. At the same time, like his biblical exegesis, like
even the psychology stuff. Go ahead.
well, so the biblical stuff I wasn't very interested in, and the psychology stuff, I mean, I read his, although I still haven't read 12 More Rules for Life. It's up there, but I've been meaning to, but like, I mean, I read 12 Rules for Life, liked it. I ended up giving it. Hello, Father Stephen.
I'm gonna mute.
What? Okay.
Yeah. How you doing?
I am well.
How much of the stream this morning did you see?
Parts.
Parts.
So I saw. Are you still drinking that beer?
I finished my beer.
Oh.
If you get a beer, I'll get another one.
Oh, I know. I go straight for the hard stuff. I'm.
I considered. I have some whiskey in the freezer.
But still, if you get something, I won't be drinking alone, so I can feel better about myself.
I might just do that. What was I gonna do before I did that though? I was gonna say about the stream today. Something.
We were talking about. Okay, go ahead.
It looked like you got triggered by some trans Jews.
Well, so David actually teaches about a Bible study on my channel.
Okay.
So, like, I love the man, but he was having a discussion on a different channel, and like he started. He is kind of like, yeah, we as Christians should be keeping the holidays, the Jewish holidays, the Old Testament holidays, and it was kind of like I almost was like, Father Stephen, take this, you know.
Well, I heard him refer to joining Messianic Christianity, which, okay, so you became a Messianic Messianist, huh? Like,
So
he went to the ATM machine.
He's actually left Messianic, but he was a Messianic Christian for a while. Yes.
Yeah, but that's just a little redundant. Like,
well, it is. Although I have to say, in some respects, I often say to Christians, you know, I wish Christians would be a little bit more Messianic.
Well, yeah, I at one point, this was long ago, but in characterizing like dispensationalists on the Protestant side, who are sort of like, well, Christians are saved and then Jewish people are saved too, like just a totally different way. Yeah. That they should just start referring to Jews as non-Messianic Christians. Sort of adopt them that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if dispensationalists are. I mean, this idea of dispensations. I mean, what just gets me is they seem to have not heard of the covenant of Noah at all.
Oh yeah, no.
There's
they aren't big on, you know,
actually reading the Bible.
Yeah.
There's a Dr. Bruce Gore, and I don't know much about dispensationalists, but I know he identifies as that. But he's one of my favorite on synthesizing philosophy and biblical history. He's got a pretty robust series on it. If anyone's interested, I used to go to work and listen to it on my commute. So Dr. Bruce Gore, shout.
Okay, I am listening, but I'm going to actually go get some whiskey.
I'm contributing to the delinquency of a middle-aged man.
I I didn't know that I'm Catholic, so I don't know if it's the same for Catholic priests or Catholic fathers. I don't call yourself a priest, do you, Father Stephen?
Yeah.
You do. Okay. I didn't. Do you know? I guess you're not perhaps as knowledgeable on the Catholic tradition. Are they allowed to have a drink at night with friends like that?
What are you talking? Half of them are Irish. Like, what are you thinking?
Okay, touche.
Like, how could the Catholic religion have taken root in Ireland if they weren't allowed to drink? Like,
yeah. And I know I grew up in the deep South of America, of the United States, and it was just enmeshed in Baptist. So I do know that Catholics as a whole, we're not as stringent on the alcohol,
yeah.
but
in fact, this is a little known fact. It could get you beat up by Irish people, so be careful how you deploy it. Okay. But the Guinness Brewery was founded by Orangemen. It was founded by Protestants.
Okay, yeah.
Because they wanted to use Guinness to try and wean the Irish people off of whiskey, because it has a much lower alcohol content.
Yeah, it's like lesser of evils or something.
Yeah, so like Guinness is the original Nicorette. Like.
Yeah. And now it's one of their big like tourist things. You go see the Guinness factory when you go to yeah. Very interesting. Well, I'm gonna stick with a glass of wine.
Okay, it's all your fault.
I see the dumbbells there, Jacob. Good on you, brother.
Whiskey on the rocks. Whiskey rebellion, as my friend says.
So if I can be so brash, I guess, is there any grace or merit to at least wanting, if not going the wholesale of what David was describing as trying to truly participate in the Jewish Seder, or the Jewish celebration of Passover? Is there any merit or grace that can be given to trying to fully or optimally respect the celebrations and traditions of our Judeo-Christian heritage, of the heritage that we come from? And
yeah, Judeo-Christian is a phrase, gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I just mentioned it to Jacob. That's so interesting.
Like you wouldn't say like Islamo-Christian, right? Like
yeah, okay.
I agree with Father Stephen against Jacob on this one. I have to say.
Or Budo-Hindu.
Well, there are ways in which Judaism and I'll go back to Vervaeke. Any two things are alike and dissimilar in an infinite number of ways.
Yeah,
Islam and Christianity, right? But you still don't see people talking about Islamo-Christian like traditions.
The way that Judeo-Christian is used and why it's used is specifically things. Yeah, I agree with you. To me, I'm very cynical about it.
Yeah,
and I think it's often used mostly to erase Judaism, but also to try to claim, let's say, a broader tent than it really has, in order to also make it seem more ecumenical, whatever you want to say, more.
Yeah. Or if you're Ben Shapiro, to do the opposite, to try to, present yourself as sort of a kind of quasi-Christian to your evangelical fan base.
His discussions with Christians recently have been very cringe.
Yeah.
Very bad.
Jacob has been the most gracious on the term Judeo-Christian. This is a curveball for me.
So, but to me, a lot of this is a symptom of the fact that, and it's not these kids' fault. I'm not saying kids to be dismissive. I'm saying kids because I'm like old enough to be their dad, literally. Like, that's, they're like their parents. They're like boomer parents sold their Christian heritage for a massive pottage, right? And so they've been completely cut off from like the Christian tradition on all these things. Like, they don't have any connection to Christian festivals and holidays, right? I'm sure if I asked him, what about the Christian celebration of Passover, he wouldn't know what I'm talking about, right? And so when they've been completely cut off from that and they don't understand what that is and how it relates to the Jewish traditions that Christianity came out of, then when they try to find some tradition to connect to, they try to sort of leapfrog, not backwards to Second Temple Judaism, but like laterally to present day Judaism to try to find a sense of tradition. And I would suggest they should start with the Christian tradition, right? And then if they want to get into the Jewish roots of the actual Christian tradition as they study it and understand it, cool, right? Great. But maybe they should start there.
I would also add that there's another problem. This is a problem I've often remarked with watching Pedro, is that like we inhabit a different symbolic world than he does. And as much as he likes to try to make claims in that direction and say like there's a continuity and like there are some things that are shared, but there's a lot of that symbolic world that just isn't shared. And part of that is because like the oral Torah and especially Midrash and like is a huge part of shaping that symbolic world for us. As is what like colloquial Hebrew, right? I mean, this Rabbinic Hebrew is colloquial Hebrew of the Second Temple. I mean, that is kind of current consensus. Like, but if you're missing, if you're coming out of a tradition that is very influenced, let's say by Greco-Roman literary tropes, and then later other traditions that is picking up over time, Celtic, whatever it is, Slavic, right? Like they're picking up other symbolic worlds, especially Western European, but Eastern, whatever. I mean, obviously, Eastern Orthodox, there's also going to be Eastern influences there. It's really the lateral move. I think is one set of problems, but even without the lateral move, I think there's a bit of an issue with rootedness because of. I mean, I see less continuity than you do, and I know this is but like at some level, there is a discontinuity in the symbol system, in part because of the change of language, and in part just because of different, different influences have been absorbed. And from really early on, there were already different influences because the rabbis, well, obviously having lots of contact with Greek culture and having some shared parts to it, like but nowhere near to the extent that early Christianity in the first 2 or 3 centuries. And that's just the way it is. I mean, so there's going to be a divergence in symbol systems really quickly. That means that the symbolic world of the Seder, even if we go back to a 2nd century version of the Seder, we use the Mishneh version of the Seder, is already going to be different than, to some degree, well, we can talk about maybe different than exactly, but also, like, certainly at the 4th century, it's going to be different, even if,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's, yeah. And my thesis from like back in the Book of Religion of the Apostles is that by the time you get to 500 AD for sure, Judaism and Christianity have separated. Right. And I think the amount to which they were still connected and still in dialogue before that has been overly minimized by both sides in the modern world. But that's not like 500 AD a switch flipped.
right.
Right?
And
That's
I
like
think it's
first
complicated.
century. Their Christianity is a Judaism, right, in the 1st century AD, and then they grow apart, right? And you can say by 500 they're pretty well separate.
But also by like the Babylonian Jews were interacting with the Church of the East, which is not represented at all anymore in the church traditions. Essentially, like how many historians do we know? Like they're not part of these conversations. They're not influencing this. So even though they were in dialogue, in some way the historical like precedent of the Church of the East disappearing or mostly disappearing means that we can minimize. There is a way that it is minimized compared to the churches that have survived. So I hear you. I also am like, with which and this is also true for I would say the Syriac speaking. I mean, not just the Church of the East like as a very specific unit, but like the Syriac speaking churches, the Shiite churches, the Arabian church, right? Like the Church of Saudi Arabia that we have really very little clue about, but clearly influenced early Islam and Judaism of the Arabian Peninsula is in conversation with it, we don't have enough stuff to know what it was really.
Yeah.
It's frustrating for everybody, all three religions, to some degree.
Yeah. But I mean, even you look at St. John Chrysostom, the reason he had to preach the sermons he preached was that on Christian feast days, half of his congregation wouldn't be there because they'd be over celebrating the Jewish feast. Which tells me a couple of things. Number one, that kind of thing was still happening in the 4th century, like the late 4th century. But also that the Jewish community at Antioch, which was very well established at that point, was cool with that. Right? With like some substantial number of Christians coming in to some degree.
We don't know if there's an equivalent Jewish preacher, at the same time, or rabbi, or whatever you want to say, like leader of a congregation, who was doing something similar. I mean, this is the argument, right? I mean, certainly there's an argument. I mean, you're very aware of it, but other people in this room or watching may not be, right? But Aaron's argument is that these are happening at the same time, and that the rabbis are essentially defining their boundaries of heresy against and in response to justice. So, like, but we don't know exactly. Like, we don't really have strong, good datings for, I mean, this is another complicated point, but like, we don't have how do we date the prayer against the heretics? Because there's a good argument that it's Hasmonean, or second, at least dates to the sectarian period before the destruction, before Christianity.
Really?
But the question is, I mean, even in the Masorah, it's like that. Even in the Masorah, it says that it was revised or rediscovered, or it was granted to Shmuel HaKatan. Or I'm sorry, not Shmuel HaKatan, Hassan Lai, right? So if that's true, like, we don't have an earlier version. So the version we have, and there's some interesting things to it, because that and the blessing right afterward that are part of the 18 benediction prayers for us seems to also make reference to the Pharisees. So it's very likely that a lot of like parts of that text is that old, but we can't separate the layers.
Yeah. There's no way to do text criticism on it. Yeah.
There's no way. I mean, even the Museum of the Bible in theory is the oldest Siddur, but who knows if it's real?
Yeah, exactly.
They've never published it, even though they keep saying we're going to publish it. So the oldest Siddur manuscripts we have are only 900,000 years old, even though we have plenty of other witnesses to parts of it. We don't have something from the 2nd century to say, here we go. This is the exact. I mean, not that there was one text.
The question for me has always been, okay, you have the Birkat HaMinim. I don't see how, if I am a Christian, it forces me out of a synagogue. Because, like, generally you would think, like, okay, I don't consider myself a min, right? So, like, how is a curse, like, supposedly kicking me out of a synagogue?
I think part of that, you need the surrounding, you know what I mean? I mean, there's beyond just the text itself, right? If the text in the 2nd century AD was being read and used and aimed at Christians, if that's true, then I imagine the Christians would have realized it. Right? Like, would have been made aware, even if they didn't want to think about themselves that way. They'd look at each other. I think they're talking about us. Like, that's
okay.
But you can't know that. Right?
Let's define. So Birkat HaMinim, Matthew, is the blessing against. Blessing is going to sound a weird word, but there's a blessing against against. We call it a blessing against heretics, but really, it's really against. It's blessing. It's for God to protect us from sectarians and people who are Jews who try to undermine the Jewish community. So against people, government informers to the Roman government. It's actually the first words in our version, which is actually not the same as the Persian version that Jacob probably sometimes used, but is against government reformers, in fact, because that was like a huge historical problem for Jews, where they were hiding their Judaism in various contexts, and other fellow Jews would inform on them, or whatever. I mean, not always Jews, Christians and things, but but the shorthand is the blessing against the heretics.
So my question is: do Messianic synagogues say Birkat Haminim in the Amidah?
That's a good question for David. Do they do the Amidah? I'm sorry, do they do the 18 benedictions?
I think they do Amidah. I'm pretty sure they do an Amidah. I just don't know. I think they might just only do the Chazara, like a Reform. They tend to do things like Reform synagogues do. Yeah. They tend to be very, very Reform.
I wanted to, before it's too far down the road, you mentioned the difference in, and this might not even be that relevant to where the conversation is going, but where I can get in, I'll fit in where I can get in real quick. When you said Judaism symbolism and Christian symbolism may vary, have you read Matthew Pajot's book? And is it the broad symbolic framing, or is it the way the more particular wielding of that framing that Jonathan Pajot is known for? Is that kind of your rub?
So I have not read the book. I've read excerpts from the book. I've not even the majority of it. Most of my interaction with it has been through Jonathan Pajot's channel and his explanations of things. There are some things that are fine. Honestly, when he's quoting the church fathers directly, I usually have less of a problem than when he is kind of going off on his symbolic world stuff.
Okay.
And which is also kind of an interesting point, because one might have thought, because Matthew does do some stuff with Jewish texts, and he claims Kabbalah and the rabbis, I don't know. But he's had these conversations, he says these things, and I see some of that influence to some degree, especially when he did those videos up in the log cabin by himself, those few videos. But I especially think there's a very deep disagreement around, well, obviously the idea of universal story, which you and David already talked about, but also the center and the fringe stuff.
Okay.
I think there's a pretty big difference there. I think he misunderstands the fringes in a very deep and problematic way. That shapes, I'd say, a lot of his discussions are on hierarchy and then other things that kind of it bleeds into a lot of his discussions in various ways.
Yeah. So I think with the center and fringe, you kind of answered my question then, because I think the way I'm framing it is, I think Matthew Pajot in that book, he kind of lays out a more broader general framing, and then John Pajot will take that framing and wield it for more particular scenarios and instances of trying to reveal the symbolic nature of things. So and cards on the table, I think that's a fair critique. If you see the difference, I'm not the expert, so.
So
I think the problem with any structuralist approach is that unless you're willing to go like full Jung, you can't. There's no way to get at like real universal symbolism.
Yes, that lands.
So on Google, I was able to find this Messianic Seder, and it's they took the Sim Shalom, which is conservative, isn't it? Anyway, so the basic form of the prayer was composed by the 120 men of the Great Assembly in the 5th century BCE. Very interesting for a Messianic Seder. Some scholars surmise that the Lord's Prayer of Yeshua is a concise restatement of the Amidah. Today, the Amidah is a main section of all Jewish prayer books, and in the petitions, right after Birkat Hadin, they have Birkat Haminim. So what can I tell you? Notice that this adds up to 19, not 18. The reason for that, for this, was that an additional blessing was later added but the name Shmon Esrei was retained. They don't say what that 19th prayer was, and so apparently they include Birkat Haminim in their
Go to it. I'm curious if it's the same text.
go down
I'm
to
also curious about their
Ul
Orthodox
Malshinim Al Tihi Tikva
Yeah,
V'chol
that's the same text.
Ha'Rishah Keregat Oved.
Yeah, okay. So they took the same. They were using the same Jewish text. That's interesting.
Yeah, Tishaberu to my
What are they doing? What are they doing with the
Maybe-
blessing of the Messiah, though?
They can be put on my cheaters to read the vowel points.
Keep going down.
Ala Tzadikim,
More.
Ul Yerushalayim,
Next one
and
there.
Tzemach David Avdacha. That they didn't even add Jesus. Oh, well, I guess they didn't really need to. Matzmiach Karen Yeshua. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So they didn't make any change.
No.
Adapt it.
I mean, I don't. If I were a Christian, I would be like, Matzmiach Karen Yeshua. There you go.
Mm-hmm. For Matthew, is the one not reading Hebrew in the chat. Yeah. So this is the blessing for that God sends the Messiah. So I was curious if Messianic Jews or Christians Messianic Christians. It's so weird to say. Would have changed that.
Trans Jews.
Yeah.
They dress as Jews. They present as Jews. They claim to be Jews. They identify as Jews. Actual Jews say they're not Jews.
That's what's so interesting. David is not Jewish, and he doesn't claim to be Jewish. He's a Christian who prefers Messianic Jewish congregations and prayer. But yeah. Anyway.
I think he's become more of a standard Protestant over the years. He was Messianic for a while, but he still does the Seder. He's been doing like the Seder, not the Seder. He's been doing the Seder, like he said, for like 10, 15 years or something.
Yeah, he made that weird comment, which to me is bordering on unintelligible, that Jesus had commanded him to do a Seder annually in memorial of him.
Well, that's how he reads. That's how he reads the Eucharist commandments.
Right, but how do you get once a year out of 1 Corinthians or Matthew, Mark, and Luke? Like, what? And why would Jesus have to command his followers to do a Passover Seder once a year? They were already doing a Passover Seder once a year.
But they weren't doing it in his name.
Well, did they, in that thing we just looked at, did they add his name in there somewhere?
I mean, isn't it just? I always assumed. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Father Stephen. I always assume that Jesus, when he says, "This is my do this remembrance to me," that he's quoting, and I don't know what verse it is. I just know the verse. I know the Hebrew. I can't tell you what verse number.
Yeah,
Does Zikri Leolam Shmi L'Dor V'Dor? Right. This is my remembrance for eternity. My my name for generation onto generation.
Yeah, that's the basic idea. So I think the Greek use of it, the Greek word, is getting pulled out of Numbers 10:10, where that describes essentially their thank offerings as remembrances. And I think it's not. I mean, Eucharist, Evcharisto, is thanksgiving, right? Giving thanks, right? And so I would translate that in English more as "do this as my memorial" or "do this as my anamnesis," meaning when you gather, offer a thank offering in my name. Hence Eucharist, right?
So Yosef was thinking of Exodus 3:15. And God said, moreover, to Moses, "Thus shalt thou say to the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial to all generations." And what verse did you say, Father Stephen?
Numbers 10:10. Yeah, but I was referencing the Greek, so I'm going to look up Exodus 3:15 in the Greek here real quick.
Numbers 10:10. Also in the days of your gladness and in your solemn days and in the beginning of your months, you shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before God. I am the Lord your God. Lezikaron.
Right. It's the same. I mean, it's the same word. It's just a different version or use of it. I was thinking when the idea that this is my memorial, or this is my memorial, or in remembrance of me. That's closer to the Zikr, I think, than Zikaron. But and it's fine. I mean, I could see it going either way. I've actually argued before with I don't know who here you've talked to, but with Nate Heil that I've argued with him that I think Revelation, the one with 144,000, that chapter, specifically in Revelation, is heavily drawing from this section of Numbers that you cited. I think that it's totally using the 12, the princes bringing their offerings as the structure, and it's whatever. I mean, there's a lot of interesting parallel language there in the Greek and the Hebrew. But,
Yeah.
So
So part of the thing with me with the Greek is, I think part of the problem with Protestantism and why they read the New Testament incorrectly, and thus why pretty much all English New Testaments are translated incorrectly, because they're translated by Protestants, right? Is they read the Bible precisely backwards. So they get their Greek lexical data from pagan Greek usage, translate the New Testament based on that, and then interpret the Old Testament based on that.
Which
rather than starting with the Hebrew scriptures, looking at how those were translated into Greek to understand how the Greek terms were being used in relation to Hebrew terms, and then using that to read and translate the New Testament, right? Assuming that when a Jewish person who's writing in Greek is thinking in their first language, which is either Hebrew or Aramaic, right? Even though they're writing in Greek, and therefore using terms the way they were familiar with from their Greek Bible at the time, which didn't include the New Testament. So that's one of the reasons why, that Paul book went to press, by the way, on Monday, Jacob. So it's going to come out soon, so you can start freely lambasting it or quoting from it as you see fit. But that I translate a lot of things very differently based on that, right? Because it's like, okay, well, where is this Greek word used? There's this great book called Hatch and Redpath. This giant thing. It's a concordance of the Greek Old Testament, and not only in the main body of it can you see everywhere where a Greek word is used, but they have a whole section that shows, okay, this Greek word is used to translate these Hebrew words in these places.
So it's funny you point to that, and I don't want to just spend my whole part of this dunking on Pesach, but I see a lot of that same pattern that you just pointed out there, where you just try to understand the pagan symbology, you read the pagan stories, and then you say, well, I'm going to read it backwards into the Bible. I'm going to understand the Bible by reading the pagan stories first. Now, that's a complicated argument, I know, from a historical perspective. We can talk about this because, of course, the Bible is in conversation to some degree with pagan cultures and pagan myths and those things. At the same time, I think if you and so academia also does this too, and we can talk about its pros and cons. But I definitely see this very strongly in the symbol system interpretations. Let's leave academic, historical, archaeological, part.
I'm not into that kind of
not at all, not at all. But reading the symbol systems backwards, I think, is also a way to get maximally divergent symbolic worlds that don't necessarily have to be that way. But because if you start with a pagan framing, and I don't even necessarily know, if it has to be the case exactly for Jonathan, because he's obviously a smart guy, and he does have access from a tradition that is using the Greek, Old Testament, all those things. At the same time, as other people have pointed out to me, his style is often very Protestant because he is kind of acting as a bridge between that world and the Orthodox world, and there is kind of tactics and strategy involved with that, and that might include in part, this kind of backward reading style that isn't necessarily part of Eastern Orthodoxy, like natively, so I don't know, but like, because as he's like the one who's promulgating it like the loudest, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah.
But like, at the same time, it's I see it kind of almost making it so that if there might be less of an actual divergence between, I think, Eastern Orthodoxy and Judaism symbol systems, but the way that he presents it, I think, makes it seem the most maximally different.
Right. Well, no, so here's part of the problem too. So on our side, right, I criticize Protestants. I'll do some self-critique. Okay. Most contemporary Orthodox scholarship, right? Like I had to tell somebody this week who was asking me if I would write a book. And I had to remind them, I'm the one guy who didn't get his PhD in patristics. Right? So all these guys, even who are writing books on the Bible, who are Orthodox, have like PhDs in patristics. So they aren't biblical scholars. And they're reading the Bible through some church father or other. And since they're scholars, they're reading the church father in the original language. Right? Meaning they're translating the Greek the same way Protestants are translating the Greek of the New Testament. Right? And doing that same kind of thing. So this is, so for example, controversial example, but Father John Bear's been making fun of me for a while about my wedding registry. It's a long story, but so I'll pick on his book. He published this book on the Gospel of John recently, where he says the whole thesis of the Gospel of John is that St. John wants to present Jesus as the high priest offering the paschal sacrifice. Do you see the problem here? As any Jewish person immediately would.
Yes.
Right? Like the Day of Atonement and the are not the same. Passover are not the same, right?
Well, except John of all the books is the most likely to put all the symbols pointing to Jesus, and he's going to be all the sacrifices and all the things, right? So if anyone's going to make that equivocation, it might be John or the author John.
But he literally are like, on the day of Passover, the high priest would take the lamb and sacrifice it for the people or something, and it's just
no.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, have you even read the Old Testament? Like, it's more than half the Bible, right? Even if you have a Christian Bible, it's more than half, right? It's like more than 2/3, like, right? And so it's just like the premise, but he's going off of all this stuff in Irenaeus and stuff, and then just going to John's Gospel and trying to make it work, and it's like there's. You're going backwards and like it just doesn't work. That's like at all. But yeah, so that's been part of the problem. That's not true of older, right? So like when I do biblical theology, I'm basically doing a mode of historical theology, right? I'm trying to get at how are these texts being read in the 1st century AD. Right. What texts are being read and how are they being read? Right. And a lot of the non-biblical texts I get into, the reason I get into them is they show us how people were reading the biblical texts. Right. Right or wrong. Right. But you get an idea of, okay, well, some people are reading it this way. Some other people are reading it that way. Right. And it's the witness we have. So that's sort of the way that I approach it, but there are other ways, right? And one of those ways that I bash out all the time on Lord of Spirits is a lot of people are starting with this presupposition that like each biblical text has a meaning, like a correct meaning, and like for Ortho Bros, it's we take a straw poll of the church fathers who we have quotes from, and that's the correct meaning. And or what have you, which is just the most bizarre way from any ancient perspective to read the biblical text, like just the most bizarre notion.
You reminded me of a question I had for you. What do you think? Do you think Pirkei Avot, as we have it, was present during the days of the life of Jesus or Paul, or not? Or maybe you have no opinion.
In its present form?
I would say the first 2-3 chapters of Pirkei Avot, it seems to me like must have been floating around.
I think the content probably was. I don't know if it was in written form.
Right.
Irenaeus says it was. So,
Yeah.
we're going to quote Irenaeus here.
Really? Irenaeus says it was
Irenaeus mentions that there's four Mishnahs, he calls it floating around, and he identifies, I can't remember exactly how, one of them is, I think he identifies with the Hasmoneans, one he identifies with, I think, Rabbi Meir? I can't remember exactly, or Hillel. He tries to identify these, and he knows of 4 Mishnahs, and they're not, they haven't been, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi isn't around yet, right? So they haven't put them all into one edition.
Yeah.
But he's aware that there are 4 Mishnahs.
That's about 170. Yeah. So
right, which is interesting. So because really, I mean, Yehuda Hanassi is at the same exact time. So his project is at that time, but Irenaeus wouldn't have known that, right? So
yeah.
So he attests to the existence of these Mishnaic manuscripts as written text, it seems, which is what's so interesting.
Yeah, and things are around orally before they're around in written form.
For sure. But he's aware of Rabbi Akiva having a school. I think he says Rabbi Akiva.
I think the content was there.
Yeah. I mean, part of the thing is the Mishnah is meant to be like it's. I usually describe it as a mnemonic poem. It is meant to be memorized. People still memorize the entirety of the Mishnah. And one of the things the Talmud often says about the wording of the Mishnah is, it's just easy to remember that way, right? It was worded that way in order to be easy to remember. And so it seems pretty obvious to me that Pirkei Avot is the oldest section of the Mishnah, and it just seems obvious to me that at least the first 3 chapters would have been floating around pretty much in the same shape.
Maybe. I think one of the things that you'll know, right, Jacob, is that there's a lot of repetition and similarities between structures in those sayings, right? So, can we say that exact structure and shape was there, or can we say hey, on 3 things the world stands, and there's a couple versions of that list floating around, but basically they have the same gist, and there's different schools and traditions have slightly different versions of that, which is what we have, but we have it composed into a chronological form, which is clearly a very important. It's a polemical thing, but it's very important. It's the list of apostolic succession, basically, right, of the rabbis. Right, this is the order of the Mishnah, and it tells us from Moshe to the grandson of Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, and it gives and it puts them in order. Was it really in that order all the time? Where this is a collection of sayings, right? We know that, and it's a lot like other collections of sayings. Let's say Jesus were probably around, but later. But it was that style of text. I do think that there is. I think some of the structure probably does come later. Some of the statements are obviously much later. Yehuda Hanassi obviously later. His grandson's obviously right. But it doesn't mean that those ideas weren't there and weren't being taught by their teachers. Right? It just the ideas were there. Obviously, and there's so much overlap. And I think it'll be really. People have done this, and I think. Oh gosh, did we lose?
No, your connection got better there. Actually.
Yeah, we actually got. Yeah, we were hearing you well. And then we lost him.
And then it died. A last great burst of life.
So, Yeah, it almost seems to me like you should be including Pirkei Avot in your Apocrypha.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I based that list on a particular list from. Yeah. But yeah, I would definitely, if I was just making a list of Second Temple Jewish literature, I would. Like,
But they.
there we go.
Oh, I'm
You're
back.
back.
You're
Yes.
back.
Okay.
And your mic is much better than it used to be.
Wow. Excellent. I was going to say it is interesting because I think that like the Jewish commentaries to the New Testament, there's like two different versions of that exist at the moment. There's actually an older one that's way out of print in German that is like massive and probably really is the one that I would love to have translated. But of the ones that exist in English, which are too short, they don't really go until out of the Midrashim. But they do the Pirkei Avot connection, right? They do map. So that's something that's like easy and obvious to like anyone who's read Pirkei Avot and anyone who's read the Gospels, like will obviously see like, okay, 2 or 3 gather in my name. Well, that's in Pirkei Avot, right?
Yeah.
Like I mean, obviously a little different because it's been Christianized in one version, but like, yeah. Or I mean, there's just like there's a lot of that content, right? There's probably 15 or 20 different teachings from those first 3 chapters of Pirkei Avot that seem to also be in the New Testament, either almost word for word or at least the pretty similar idea, right, is there. But yeah, I mean, I don't. It would be interesting to kind of count that within, like, look at that as from a Christian kind of like in the Christian Apocrypha, like as one of those, like, hey, this is a Jewish collection of texts that's clearly influenced. I would say more influential than the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch obviously like influences the New Testament here and there, but like I would say Pirkei Avot clearly much more.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Gospels. Yeah.
We lose him now. Oh no, he lost me again. Oh, come on.
We can hear you.
We can hear it. You may have lost us, but we didn't lose you. Now we
froze.
What can I say? So, are you having events for the new book?
I don't know. I hate traveling, so I mean, I'll probably be going on various YouTube channels and plugging it.
That's the way to do it nowadays.
Yeah, more people watch that than would show up somewhere if I flew there. So, like, I do stuff like that. There is going to be another Lord of Spirits conference next year.
Ooh, again at Antiochian Village.
Yeah. They got me to agree to do it I just started making outrageous demands and they agreed to them. So like they're flying me there first class and stuff. I was like, wow, okay.
There you go.
I figure if I make outrageous demands, either they'll meet them and I'll have a great time, or they won't, and then I don't have to do it. Right.
I'll tell you, I actually think Antiochian Village is probably too small. We literally filled it up to over capacity. Yeah.
Last time.
You guys, I mean, I would seriously consider having it elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, that's Ancient Faith is doing that. I just, you want me to put it in appearance, here are my list of demands. No green M&Ms in the room.
Did you demand somebody to come make Kiddush on Friday nights?
No. I figured I could get a volunteer.
Oh. Okay. I'll think about it.
Yeah. So my outrageous demand the first time was the D&D tournament, because I was just like, a lot of that was karma against various evangelicals who oppressed me in my youth for playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I'll tell you, Richard took the D&D tournament way too seriously. Like, I've run D&D tournaments for Wizards of the Coast, and like our big thing is like, the important thing is everybody have fun. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just like, and Richard was like, no, we have to do the modules.
Forsooth.
I was like, okay, you're way too serious about this.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good guy. He did take it over serious.
I got a little comment. What I took, kind of the headline I took from Jacob's earlier stream was that the optimal Christianity or the optimal Christian is deeply informed in the Judaic tradition. And Father DeYoung, you seem in some regards very educated and informed on that tradition. Is that part of the process and the protocol to become an Eastern Orthodox, or
no, you don't have to take classes in Second Temple Judaism to become Orthodox.
I wish you did, but
I mean, people who joined in my church may get more of it than other people in other places.
Is that kind of your idiosyncratic inclination?
Well, I mean, that's what I did my PhD in and stuff. So, I mean,
okay.
But so the thing is, Orthodox Christianity's whole ethos is one of preservation, right? Preserving forms of worship, preserving a way of life. And it has been extraordinarily successful at it, right? But especially given the 20th century, where almost all of Orthodox Christianity was either under communism or under Islam, right? And a lot of the institutions were sort of crushed, right? Educational institutions, and right. Even though it's all been preserved, a lot of times people don't know why. Right? They don't know the details of why do we do this? Why do we not do that? Why is this a practice? Why is that not a practice? Right? And when you delve into that, right, if you don't have an understanding of the Second Temple Judaism out of which Christianity arose, you're not going to be able to figure it out. Right? And so, whereas if you do, right, you come, I mean, even down to like, here's a little thing. This is an example because it came up in the Bible study I just finished doing at the parish earlier. So when you're serving the liturgy, you're a priest or a deacon, and you're serving the liturgy with your bishop. There's a certain point in the liturgy where the bishop goes over to the offering that's being made, right, for the Eucharist. So he goes over to where the bread and the wine is. And he makes commemorations. He commemorates the names, right, of like the people in his flock. Right. And when he says the name of the priest or the deacon who's serving with him, the priest or the deacon kisses his shoulder, like the top of his shoulder. Right. Now, I would bet that 99.9%, right, probably repeating on the 0.9, right, of Orthodox Christians wouldn't know that that has any connection to the fact that the high priest in his vestments had the names of the sons of Israel on his shoulder, right, to carry those names as a remembrance before God when he went in to serve in the tabernacle, right? And so they're like, I don't know, you just kiss the bishop's shoulder when he does that. Right? And like they don't see any right connection. But if you can make that connection, all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, okay, yeah, that's why you kiss his shoulder. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Right, that there's a symbolic connection there, that the bishop is carrying the names of, right, his people, the people who serve under him before God as he makes this offering, right? And Jacob is saying you shouldn't be doing that temple stuff, Goyim. But
funny thing. So this is so while we don't do sacrifices, apparently everyone um, is agreed that Gentiles are allowed to bring sacrifices not in Jerusalem, not at the temple. So this has become a whole question in the Noahide community of if a Noahide wants to bring a sacrifice in his backyard, basically it seems he's allowed.
What if all the Noahides want to get together, not on the Sabbath, say the day after, and offer a thank offering of bread and wine to God together?
So this is the thing. Communal worship is a problem.
Okay.
That's so. Trust me, people have been asking these questions.
Yeah, because it always seems to be like a lot of these Noahide discussions that I overhear sound a lot like you're trying to reinvent Christianity to me. But
I do think we are trying to reinvent Christianity. I would almost say elevate it. Certainly, almost all of the Noahides. 99.
the last thing they want to be thought of is anything related to a Christian. A lot of them probably, but
Well, a lot of them. So this is one thing that the rabbis who are involved are quite unanimous about. A lot of them have a zeal of the converts against Christianity, which is too far. A lot of them feel hoodwinked and cheated by Christianity. And they often are anti-Christian in ways that rabbis are just not used to being like, okay, chill on the anti-Christianity. Not a lot of rabbis have a lot of experience going, okay, like, calm down. Christians aren't that polytheistic. You know? I've told the story many times of the guy who was hired by to paint an Orthodox church. And rabbis are not used to, especially publicly. It's funny, Rabbi Shulman has been more comfortable, it seems, publicly saying, hey, I have somebody who is a Hindu, and when there are questions about what she's allowed to participate in, she needs to ask me, and I will tell her, as opposed to just assuming that it's all forbidden, which the Noahides are more forgiving of than if he were to say, hey, if somebody wants to go over to their parents' house for Christmas dinner, like, ask the rabbi, not go, that's idolatry, burn down the house, which apparently is many of these Noahides' first instinct.
Yeah. But I mean, that's true of all converts, right? Like, people who become Orthodox used to be Roman Catholic, like, hate Roman Catholicism for a period of time. People who become Orthodox who used to be Baptists hate the Baptists.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and it's one of the marks that they're actually ready to join when they kind of get over it.
So Gavin Ortland had a discussion with a former Eastern Orthodox priest who's now back in the
Shooping.
Yes.
Yeah, the former Orthodox priest is being generous.
Okay. Um,
He's like a lot of former rabbis out there
Okay.
on the YouTube circuit. We'll put it
Okay.
that way.
I mean, he said he went to St. Vladimir's.
Yeah. I mean, I could give dirt if you. I don't know if we should do it live.
But
Yeah.
my impression was like, oh wow, you are incredibly Protestant in your interpretations of Eastern
Everything.
Orthodoxy.
Yes. Everything.
He was like, what do you mean? I went into the Patristics and I found this father who says differently from my local parish priest and my local church. So like, they're wrong and I must be right. And it's like,
During the brief period he was Orthodox, he spent most of his time arguing with a bunch of us that, for example, he kept insisting that the Orthodox Church taught penal substitutionary atonement.
yeah,
Not just it was okay for him to believe,
you're right.
but trying to convince us that all of the imputation of righteousness, like Lutheranism, like literal like distinctive Protestant doctrines, he kept trying to claim. And when it became apparent that he was wrong, he was kind of pushed out, right? Like that's what actually happened. But
Okay. Yeah,
and I won't say any more publicly about how he got in, but there's chicanery on that end too.
Okay. It was just very interesting seeing how Protestant he seemed to be.
Yeah,
in his interpretations.
he always was. So he's back in the right place. He's a Lutheran now.
Okay.
he's in a place that actually believes what he believes. So, and ironically, his Lutheran church has icons all over the walls, like Eastern Orthodox style icons.
I'm not sure Luther would disagree. So
No, Luther wouldn't have a problem, but Gavin Ortlund would.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you listen to Gavin's response to our good friend Sam?
No, I heard Sam on your channel. What was that, yesterday?
Yeah, something like that.
2 days ago now, my time.
I've been streaming a lot this week. It's my in between semesters week.
I heard him say he didn't mention him by name in it, so it's only
I didn't hear that either. I'm gonna have to go look.
I don't keep up on Gavin Ortland's stuff, but he. I'm actually involved in a book project with him. I don't know if he's realized it yet.
Okay. Oh, is that the Apostolic Society?
Yeah.
So his arguments. So Sam went on Council of Trent, and he agreed with Trent that either you should be Eastern Orthodox Catholic or a Unitarian, but being a Trinitarian Protestant just doesn't
makes no sense.
Yeah.
Well, I've said about Sam, depending on your definition, you can debate whether he's a Christian, but he is undeniably a Protestant.
So, Ortlund tried to refute Sam's arguments that the Trinity is obviously an accretion, right? Because
following Ortlund's methodology, yeah. I would agree. If you follow Ortlund's methodology, then it would be, yes.
Like
I made that argument to Ortlund. Remember?
If you cannot,
I invoked Sam.
Right. If you cannot find a single like Trinitarian full blown
using the terminology, yeah,
it's like, okay, so this isn't, and Ortlund's arguments, I mean, they were just bad.
Yeah, his methodology is fundamentally broken.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but I think it is incorrect.
Ortlund's methodology?
Well, I mean, look, I kind of agree. I think the Trinity is an accretion.
Right, but so Ortland's methodology is all of the statements of the ancient church that I agree with are well founded in Scripture and brilliantly argued and plainly true, and all the ones I disagree with are accretions.
So that's Martin Luther.
That's Ortland's whole methodology.
Very Protestant.
I mean, that is Martin Luther.
Yeah. which is what I pointed out when I was talking to Ortland. I was like, if you're going to be consistent with your methodology about accretions and stuff, you got to go with Sam, right? You got to be consistent and say, hey, there's no more proof for Ecumenical Council 1 than there is for 7. Right? So, accepting a couple and then rejecting the rest, like stopping before Chalcedon or something, is just makes no sense, right? You're either in for all of them or none of them.
This is kind of my
Andrew.
This is kind of my framing of the Protestant framing is they really can pick and choose. They kind of can focus in and yeah, not try and appreciate the totality or the entirety of the tradition, the liturgy, the verses, the Bible.
Well, honestly, I mean, I think ultimately you have to go full Talmud.
But there's this verse in Hebrews that says that no priest appoints himself is the other problem. And one of the big problems in the Protestant world is just anybody can appoint themselves to be a teacher.
Well, they claim
right?
it's the congregation which appoints them.
Sometimes you can send a couple of emails and $20 and get ordained online. You can't marry people in Pennsylvania. They crack down on it, but you can marry people other places. No, I mean, really, there's a lot of these people who are just self-appointed. Like there was this big kerfuffle in another part of the internet where this woman whose credentials are she used to be New Age and now she's an evangelical. Those are her credentials. Went after the late Mike Heiser. Now, regardless of whether you have problems with Mike Heiser or not, dude had a PhD in Symbolics, right? Published countless peer-reviewed articles and all this, right? And so she gets this panel of experts, and the panel of experts, other than Jordan Cooper, who should be embarrassed that he was involved, were guys, they read their credentials. It's like he's got an MDiv from here. Like he's got right, and they all just sit there and opine. And are saying this just ridiculous, like first-year Bible college student stuff. Like the Hebrew verb bara means create from nothing.
No.
Always?
I mean, Bria is Bria. I mean,
always?
You're making arguments beyond me.
All right, anyway.
Yeah.
But so oversimplifications. It's the kind of stuff where it's like, okay, they've studied a little bit of Hebrew. They've studied a little bit of Greek, and now they're going and criticizing people. And it's just like self-appointed people. And a lot of these streams online with Protestants, it's like, why should I listen to this person?
Well, I mean,
like, what credentials do they have?
As somebody who has precisely zero credentials,
yeah, but I like you, Jacob. That's why I listen to you.
I have to say, like, and so Peterson University dropped today. Today was the official launch. I was hoping their testing system, like their placement system, I just want an accreditation system that's like, okay, I'm not conferring knowledge to you. I'm just verifying that you know something.
Yeah. Test out of certain level of
Yeah,
Yeah.
like seriously, like that you like y equals mx plus b. If you don't know y equals mx plus b, I don't want to hear you talking about whether or not 0 is a real number. You know, I'm thinking of that guy on Joe Rogan, whatever his name was.
Terrence Howard.
Yeah, you know, like I have zero doubt whatsoever that he doesn't know that the derivative of x squared is 2x.
No, he got replaced by Don Cheadle in the MCU, and it's all been downhill from there.
I would never pass. So when I took my foreign service officer exam, I wondered if I should study because there was a cultural component to it, and I was like, nah, all this stuff is going to be really old stuff. And when I took the exam, like they were asking, what's the last word? Fill in the blank. My blue suede blank. It's like, yeah, I can do this. But yeah, it would be really nice if online you could like take multiple choice exams and just like
be certified as knowing something on a particular topic.
As knowing anything.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show
well,
you.
But Jacob, you may not have credentials, but it is important to point out you don't call yourself a rabbi.
I don't.
You don't call yourself a Torah scholar. You don't, when some well-known rabbi dies, come on and do a live stream attacking them, revealing that you don't even know what that you're talking about and you haven't read any of their work. Right? You don't do that kind of thing. Right? Like that's whereas there are tons of people out in the Protestant world who feel like they can do that kind of thing. Some of them call themselves rabbis. You've seen them.
They do call themselves rabbis. So what do you think of this? Christianity did not come from Judaism. Judaism is a perversion of Christianity. Saint Ignatius of Antioch, disciple of Saint John the Apostle.
Yeah, citation needed.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
That's what I think of that. The number of bogus quotes from church fathers going around. It's like, unless you can actually show me the work so I can look it up and read it in the original, I don't want to hear it.
So my favorite quote, where is it? Aha, here it is. Oh, where did it go? No, that's not it. Come on, I wanted a picture. There it is.
Is this the "don't believe everything you read on the internet" said Abraham Lincoln? Is that meme?
How'd you know? How did you know? How did you know? Great minds.
We've mind melded.
Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike.
Also, fools don't doubt each other. So.
I every time I get a quote, actually, I don't know if you saw this quote, which I found myself and I actually liked very much. Earlier today, where is that quote?
I think the least you could do if you're using a dubious quote is put the word "probably" in parentheses after the name.
I mean, the thing is, people don't bother ever checking. Like, if I post a quote, I try to always check that there's some source for it. So This is from Charles Valentin Alcan. In starting to translate the New Testament, I was suddenly struck by a singular idea, that you have to be Jewish to be able to do it.
But what do you think about like the whole Maimonides approach of like, oh yeah, this is like according to whatever has been done before, and just not citing anything, like
Maimonides, okay.
There are
First of
different
all,
modes of citation in different periods of time.
when Maimonides did that, first of all, he was already the leader of the Jewish community in Egypt, and he had the shoulders to do something like that. Second, it was probably the most controversial thing he did. Third, he became who he became because people like Rabbi Yosef Cairo and others went through, found his citations and argued with him. Right, like the Ravid going through, like, first of all, it was obvious enough to the people who knew that he was actually citing things that were real. And I have to say, like, the one part of him that anti-Semites really like to, like in their quotes of the Talmud, there's one sentence he wrote which gets quoted. Obviously, he was not in the Talmud. Like every single, and on one of my streams, I pulled up every single commentary that's on Sefaria on that sentence, and every single one was like, I have no idea where he got this. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, it's a particularly questionable thing he said, and like.
But I thought he was the Pope of the Jews, so he was infallible.
Maimonides definitely was not infallible. There are people who treat him like that he was infallible, which I am not a huge fan of. But like that one particular sentence, which, I mean, honestly, as far as I am concerned, simply shows he was influenced by the Muslims around him, because they would agree. Was like, it just, like, it's honestly not as offensive considering some of the things Eusebius, for example, wrote, but not one of my favorite church fathers.
Not Saint Eusebius. He's not a church father.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
No, he was a heretic.
Oh, really? I thought he's considered a church father.
No, he was an Arian.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes me feel a lot better. Not a huge fan of Eusebius myself. Really? Even by Catholics, he's not considered a church father?
He's not considered a saint, no.
Really? Okay.
He's just Eusebius of Caesarea. He's an important source for historical data.
Okay.
About certain periods, but like that doesn't make him, just like I'm sure Josephus is, I would guess, viewed by most religious Jews as fairly heretical, even though he has important historical data.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's like Sefer Yosepon, right, or something like that.
Sefer Yosepon is how people in Hebrew refer to Josephus. That's just how they refer to Josephus as Yosepon.
No, I mean, like, isn't there a pseudo-Josephine book from like the 10th century?
Oh, is there? Because I understand,
there is a pseudo. There's at least one pseudo Josephus. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
The actual Josephus kind of argues at a certain point that Rome was the Messiah, which is about as bad as you could get for a first century Jew. That's kind of the worst heresy.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Yosipon. I mean, this is apparently in the Ethiopian church. In Hebrew, Josephus is referred to as Yosipon. So, yeah,
Mhm.
I was not aware this was a content other than just Josephus himself. Interesting. Okay.
Well, super random question. Oh, go for it, Matthew. No,
Mine's silly.
Matthew,
Go
you're-
ahead. Mine's very silly.
Are we doing the Chevy Chase microphone bit from Spies Like Us? Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, okay, Father. Yeah, you ain't got to tell me twice. Father Jang, you use the word Aryan.
Yeah.
What does that mean without the 20th century connotation?
He thought that Jesus of Nazareth was an incarnation of the Archangel Michael.
Interesting.
So he was a witness?
In other ways, no, but in that way, similar, yes. And the witnesses are Arians. Yeah.
Okay.
When I heard they thought he was like Archangel Michael, I was very surprised.
Did that get hello, God? Did that get co-opted, or is there any relation to the more pop culture Arianism that I'm familiar with of Germany in 1945?
Oh no, that's Arian with a Y.
Oh, okay. So it's just
okay.
my
Which is
ignorance.
based on a weird occult pseudo history linking Atlantis
Yep.
and Tibet.
Got it. Thank you. Got it.
Yeah, that's something completely different. I'm an Aryan, Aryan. I'm from Iran.
I don't pretend to be an expert in this stuff, man. So if I gotta ask stupid questions, there are no stupid questions. I will ask them.
There are no stupid questions, but there are a lot of inquisitive idiots.
I completely disagree. There are, in fact, stupid questions. And if you do ask stupid questions on my channel, that is, but that was not, I mean, it wasn't a stupid question. It was, I'm sure you were not the only one confused in that manner. Yes. Garth is getting married. I reserved my room for his at my Airbnb at his wedding today.
Party on, Garth.
Party on, Wayne. When are you leaving? What's your flight back? What day?
Sunday.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
I'm flying in on Wednesday. On Thursday morning.
I should see if I should reserve something on Saturday, so that way, like Luke and anyone else, like in the Twin Cities area, has a chance to meet up with you. I can do that.
We can throw it on CW.
Oh yeah, him too.
Yeah, he's not doing anything important. It's not like he's getting his wife pregnant like he should be.
You can only do that once every 9 months.
That is so brutal.
You can only do that once every 9 months. So if he gets it done in the next week or so, you should be
Dude,
good.
his wife wants a child. The man refuses to impregnate his wife. I will not forgive him.
What? Okay. Well, all right. I'm not gonna go there, but
that does actually violate the Torah.
Refusing
To give her a child, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it does. Yes.
Yeah.
It does. I thought you said it does not. Yes.
No, it does.
And the only reason I can speak about this publicly is he went on Paul Vanderklay's channel and declared himself an asexual, and it's like, sorry, that's not acceptable in Judaism.
I mean that
doesn't remove your duty.
I mean that is true that he didn't say that, and that is technically public information. So I don't.
Yes, I am not running around as a gossiper.
Right, yeah.
Man needs to impregnate his wife.
Honestly, I don't disagree with
Just because you're not going to enjoy fulfilling your responsibility doesn't mean you're off the hook.
This is true. This is very true. There you go.
So, we are taking the very ballsy move of also house hunting while also planning our marriage at the same time.
I thought you own your house.
I do, we're like in the process of buying like our family home.
Your house isn't
So-
big enough for the two of you for now?
I would not raise kids in this townhome. Like,
Oh.
I just wouldn't. And like, man, this other house that I saw with her, like, this house was great.
Hey, if you can afford it. So his wife to be is a YouTuber. She has her own channel.
Yes. Yep. It is a Kava. Khavvah.
Kava.
Yes. Yep. And she makes videos. She makes videos talking about gender, like basically like gender politics, like dialogues about a lot of that sort of stuff. Also, like she's also like kind of like how do I put this? She has an edgy side to her. So if you if you go visit her channel and hear a lot of crude jokes, that is part of it. But she does have other like more serious like essay videos that actually go into like, you know, deeper topics. So like for instance, the latest one that actually went viral a bit is talking about a different YouTuber drama where he like this other guy, he takes the stance where he's like, oh, horror should only be for like people who are leftists, right? That the horror genre is like only meant for leftists because it is like an inherently fringe thing, and therefore it like only can appeal to this crowd. But so she kind of takes that.
There's no sexism or anything in horror movies that would put off.
Oh no, not at all. Nope. Well, actually, you can, like, I don't know, you could spin that a lot of ways, especially when it comes to the horror genre. So anyway,
yeah.
But it's topics that are very different from, you know, what normally gets talked about on this channel.
In today's world, sleepaway camp is a hate crime. That's all I'm saying.
I love that movie. I do. I'm serious. This is a really funny thing. Ashley. Whoops. Sorry. Oh well.
He just doxed his own wife. Can you believe it?
That's okay. Nobody watches this channel. So Kav and her and I, we have like joked about.
Forgot
this,
I'm on this stream. This is the one. These are the ones people watch.
Okay, what? It's look, all 37
It's going on
people,
the playlist.
all 37 people watching right now. Hush, okay? Quiet you. All right, but we've joked how it's like, you know, we should make like a camp slasher flick, but it takes place at like a Christian camp. It's so like that's like, and we just make this into a schlocky B slasher flick. But the premise is that, you know, it all takes place at Bible camp. And shenanigans ensue.
How can you have murders in a horror movie at a Christian camp? You're only allowed to kill people who have sex in a horror movie.
That's not well. I mean,
I don't know if you know this, Jacob, but much like band camp, Bible camp is maybe not as clean cut as you think.
Really?
Well, okay. At least
I am shocked to hear that Christians may be having sex at camp.
Okay,
Not the most recent generation.
I will say, at least the Bible camp I went to when I worked there, I worked there for 3 years. It was pretty clean for the most part. As far as I know.
Frankly, I am in no way opposed. I prefer people have sex after marriage. I prefer people have sex before marriage to not have sex at all.
Yeah, and it's so funny because I was also talking with my my fiance about this. And it's like, you know, it's like there is a really big inherent utility of like marriage that people don't recognize, is that marriage is actually probably one of the safest ways to have sex in weddings. Like, period.
Yeah.
It's like you know exactly the person that you're doing it with because you've decided to marry each other, hopefully. you know.
Unless this is a Lifetime movie of the week, then they're secretly.
That's right. Yep. It was true love at first sight, and they got married a week after.
Okay, so my mom was watching a bunch of Dateline movies, and my dad's like, "What are you trying to tell me? Like, do you want me to kill you? Like, why are we constantly watching movies about husbands killing their wives?"
See, I have the opposite. I keep coming home and my wife is watching Snapped, which is about women who finally break and kill their husband. Can't take it anymore.
What's she trying to tell you, Father?
I don't know.
I think it's just that the rest of television has just gotten too tame. It's like, look, I need something more to, no. Which actually, that's pretty much how exploitation films started. So
I'm out of whiskey. It's all your fault, Garth.
I could go get something to drink right now. Do you want me to? I could join.
You could get, but that's not going to help me any.
Well, I know that.
Okay, Andrew's been waiting to ask his question for Father Stephen.
Oh, okay.
It is about the Septuagint. I don't want to be known as the Septuagint guy, even though all my questions.
By the Septuagint, you mean
the 5
the original translation of the Torah into Greek.
Yeah, by the 72 or 70 or
Okay.
So like, I don't know. You keep saying that like the whatever all the translations are equal in authority and but like, what about the miracle, man? Like, doesn't the miracle kind of give it more oomph or
Than the original?
than like all the other ones, or
Like, God wrote the original with his finger, man.
Thank you. See, this is why I like Father Stephen.
Like, that's a step up above 70 guys just producing the same translation. I mean, you got to tier list this, right? Like,
so is it like, original Hebrew and then Greek and then like, I don't know, what's the other ones?
I don't know, Targum, Pseudo Jonathan.
Uncle us, come on.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Talmud says that the miracle is not that all of them agreed in the translation to the Greek, because obviously you would expect all of them to have the same translation. The miracle is that all of them made the same euphemisms so that the king would not get mad at them. And that's why, because why would it be a miracle if 70
rabbis all agreed on something?
all agree? Well, I mean, the text of the Torah, like you could definitely see people agreeing, right, what those mean. But that's actually how the Talmud interprets that miracle. The miracle is that all of them changed the translation in a similar way, which would totally go against the idea that it is better than the original.
Yeah, well, and there's too many places where it's clear that they didn't quite get the Hebrew. Right. Even in the Torah, there's a lot of them.
Okay.
Exodus 15 and Deuteronomy 32 being exhibits A and B. Because that's like especially archaic Hebrew in those two sections.
Mm-hmm.
The Song of the Sea and the Hymn of Moses. So, and like you could tell they just didn't know what to do with chunks of it in Greek. And they were doing their best, but like you compare it to the Hebrew and you immediately look at the Hebrew and go, okay, I see why they had trouble. Right? really difficult, right? But you know, and they probably did a better job than I would do, right? But you know, it's not exactly perfect.
Translation is difficult, and
Yeah.
you can't translate from one language to another perfectly.
There's an Italian saying, all translation is false.
Yeah.
Uh,
So there's So the to me the Greek Old Testament tradition is in and of itself interesting and important. But it is a separate thing. It is not a competitor to the Hebrew scripture tradition.
Except for Daniel.
They're two separate things. And, right. One does not like displace the other.
I did want to ask you something, De Young. That when you talk about the New Testament Greek, are you referring to the Codex Sinaiticus?
Well, I mean, you like when I read it, are you talking about, or
Yeah. So it's like if you were to actually read, like when you say the original New Testament Greek, are you referring to that codex?
So I usually use Tyndale, the Tyndale Greek New Testament.
Okay, I'm not familiar with
neither
that,
the USB nor the Nestle Aland, which are the two versions of the critical text from Germany.
Okay.
So the Tyndale House text is based on a different, right? I think the original text is a myth, like dry land. Yes, that's a Waterworld joke that no one got. But so the goal of like Nestle Aland and UBS, which are basically just different apparatuses applied to the same text, right? Is to try to figure out this original text, right? What's the oldest form as best they can figure, right? Using all of the manuscripts available. Whereas the Tyndale House New Testament is a reconstruction of the text in the 4th century. And we have actual texts like Sinaiticus Vaticanus, right? We have actual texts from the 4th century.
Okay.
That we could use. Now, the Tyndale House, you have to really know Greek to be able to use it.
Sure.
Because in the other Greek New Testaments, they standardize spelling and stuff. To make it easier for someone who's like an English language Greek student who has learned Greek to read it. So you'll get weird spellings because the Tyndale House just reproduces the spellings from the 4th century and stuff.
Huh. Okay.
So you get some weird spellings and things. So it's a little harder to read.
Because I actually went to like the whole website where you can actually see the Codex Sinaiticus.
Yeah,
like,
you can look at every leaf. Yeah.
Yep. And it's super, like, to me, it's like, that's like super interesting. It's like just another marvel of the internet, basically.
Yeah. But even that isn't one text. There are 3 different hands that have come in and made corrections on Sinaiticus.
What do you mean? Like you can see in the in the text itself that
in the text
there are
itself,
different...
they cross things out, written over them, or written notes above things, or margin notes to say this should actually be that, right? Like,
okay.
Yeah. So 3 people have come through and tried to correct it. At least 3 different people.
Okay.
From a handwriting analysis.
That I didn't know. That's actually fascinating.
Yeah. So there's yes, abundant levels. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, with the Greek Old Testament and the Hebrew Bible, like there are, when I say they're 2 separate things, like they reflect 2 different versions of Jeremiah. 2 different versions in Hebrew. Like the Greek Jeremiah is a translation of a different Hebrew text of Jeremiah than what became the Masoretic text of Jeremiah. And we know that for a fact because at Qumran we found copies in Hebrew of both versions. right? And when you read the equivalent of 1st and 2nd Samuel in the Greek, which is called 1st and 2nd Kingdoms in the Greek, it's very clearly a translation of an earlier partial version of the Hebrew text. When you read the story of David in the Masoretic text in the Hebrew, there are all these things that happen twice, or seem to happen twice. Like David seems to meet Saul twice, right? And everybody's been kind of confused by that, like what's going on. But if you compare it to the Greek only has one of those two stories in it. The other story is just missing. Right? So the Hebrew text there has more of the traditions surrounding David than the Greek text does. So the Greek text is translating some partial version, some other like smaller collection of stories of the life of David. It's not translating the actual Hebrew text, which has a lot more of those traditions in it. So that's why I say they're two different things. It's not even really a translation. It's two different textual traditions.
Is it possible that the translator decided to redact and only do the story they wanted to?
I mean, it's but whoever it was would have redacted a lot. I mean, it is notably shorter. Like Jeremiah is like 2/3 the size, and the material that's the same is in a different order.
Chezi wants to know, how much weight do you give the Masorah, Father Stephen? Not as much as I do.
Probably not. Yeah, like I wouldn't say the Masorah are infallible for sure. I don't give it the same weight as the text itself. But
hold on. Chezi's not going to understand what you meant.
Okay.
By Masorah, you mean the notes.
Is he including the vowel points or just the Masorah Magna, Masorah Parva?
Okay, so I'm
Or the whole
guessing
thing.
Chezi has never heard of Masorah Magna and Masorah Parva. So to explain, the Sofrim, the people who actually write, who are scribes, they have notes around the Tanakh, and Christians have done an awesome job, beyond anything any Jew I think ever cared about, of preserving the notes of one particular like set, which I don't believe in Judaism we pay. So like the HBS, you have it there, okay? This is notes around the Tanakh, which Christians care about a lot more than we do. And they call it the Masorah Magna and Masorah Parva.
Which is the greater and lesser Masorah, basically.
Yeah. That's not what we mean in Judaism when we refer to the Masorah.
Okay.
When we refer to the Masorah, we mean the tradition as it has arrived to us of what the text is, which includes the cancellations and
and the vowel points,
vocalizations, to the point where there's no disagreement. Although there are disagreements about the vocalizations.
Yeah.
And so I think what Chezi means by the Masorah is what Orthodox Jews generally mean by Masorah, which is like the the testimony of the congregation of Israel as a tradition.
Right. Yeah. And so, yeah, from my perspective, see, I would say a lot of grandiose things about the text itself, right, and the actual Hebrew letters that I wouldn't extend to that. I wouldn't put the vocalizations and that kind of thing and the Katif Kare. I wouldn't put that on the same level.
Okay.
You would have to make a really good argument to me to get me to accept that any of that is wrong. Right? Like, I can't think of an example where I don't accept it.
Well,
Right.
as I understand it,
Like,
Christians generally view the difference between the Ketib and the Kray as, so to explain to people, there is the Hebrew Bible as it is as it is written and as it is read. And imagine like you read a text that seems to obviously have certain spelling mistakes in it. Well, we don't believe that there are spelling mistakes in the Masorah. We believe how it has been handed down from generation to generation is, and Chazis, including all of Talmudic hermeneutics in the Masorah, which is a whole other thing. Yeah, I don't think you're studying Rashi very often, Father Stephen.
I was gonna say, I can't claim to be a master of Talmudic hermeneutics.
Yeah. So I will say what I have said often of Father Stephen is, when I was listening to you, I thought you had immense respect for Orthodox Judaism as it exists today. And at our first discussion, I was very surprised to learn, no, you just studied a lot of Second Temple Judaism, and the two just coincide.
In a lot of cases, yeah.
Which I was very happy about. But I actually assumed that like you were studying Rashi and like Maimonides, and apparently not. Which, you know, is faith affirming for me. But so we would say that the Kativ, I mean, this is basically Orthodox Judaism, is we believe there's a reason for the fact that those words are spelled how they are spelled, and that when the Messiah comes, we will understand the reason why those words are misspelled as they were. I'm guessing you just think somebody made a mistake.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying I would generally accept that, right?
Okay.
In general, although I think the Messiah has, come once already. But that's why I was saying, right? If you're asking me just as an objective question, right, I would put the actual text above the tradition of interpretation, like as a philosophical principle, right? But on a practical level, I can't think of a single example where I would disagree with that tradition of interpretation, right? And to get me to do that, you would have to make a very significant argument.
Okay, that sounds very sola scriptura to me. In ways that I say sola scriptura is self-refuting, because it is the tradition which the only reason I know the text of the Torah is because Rabbi Rabinovich, who may God rest his soul, was such a prominent scribe in Los Angeles that everybody would have their Torah scrolls checked by him, right? So like the 5 books of Moses that I believe are the 5 books of Moses, and the text of them ultimately relies on the fact that Rabbi Rabinovich, God rest his soul, was the one who checked every single scroll in Los Angeles whenever anybody wanted them checked, or was the one who was like, yeah, that's somebody who knows enough of his Torah. Like, if Rabbi Rabinovich were to have decided that the first verse of Torah is, Bereshit bara with a hey after the aleph, right, in bara. Like, basically, I mean, I don't know if that would have happened because everybody would be like, Rabbi Rabinovich, that seems kind of weird.
Maybe clean your glasses. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but in a very real sense, like, if he were to say this is not the text of the Torah, everybody would be like, well, it is Rabbi Rabinovich, right? So, like,
right, but to me that's a separate issue, right? So it's a separate issue in this sense, right? If my bishop came to my church and opened up the gospel book on my altar and said, this is a misprint, and crossed it out and said, read this when you read this gospel reading, I would say, yes, Sid, right? Yes, master, right? That's this is what I will do. Right. So right. Like, but what I was trying to say was, right, I don't think it would be possible for someone to convince me that there should be a hey at the end of bara in Genesis 1:1. But hypothetically, I can't think of an example, but hypothetically, if someone made just some really good argument, right, that there ought to be a Shiva instead of a Patak right, somewhere in 2 Kings, right? Like, I could foresee a case where someone could make such a good argument that I accepted, okay, maybe the vowel pointing is off there.
So, interestingly,
right, like,
so there's only one Bible reading a year, which we believe is a mitzvah ased deoraita, which is a biblical commandment, which is the week before Purim, we read Parshat Amalek, right? We read about Amalek.
Yeah.
And there's a disagreement between the rabbis whether it says Zecher Amalek with a tzere or Zecher Amalek with a segel. And many congregations will read it twice. We'll read it once Zecher and once Zecher Amalek, right? The Ashkenazim make a difference between tzere and segel, right? So we do have arguments still over segels and tzeres in the Masorah.
Yeah, in a way that I don't imagine you have a lot of arguments about actual consonants. Yeah. Like, yeah.
I am not aware that there is a single argument over consonants in Torah, certainly, because a Torah scroll would be puzzle if even a letter is different.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all I was implying. I'm saying hypothetically, right? So especially if it's somewhere obscure, it doesn't make a whole ton of difference.
I mean, there's all those naras around Rivka without the hays. That always confuses people. Yeah, but like, it's a hay. Like, hays come and go. Although I have to say,
you don't want to make it a shibboleth. I mean, come on.
We actually darshan if there's a hay or not. We do darshan the hays and yods, male and chassid. But yeah, I am not going to try to explain that in English. Nobody cares.
It's like we're speaking a foreign language to all these viewers right now.
We are speaking in tongues, as Dominique Vanderplay would put it.
We're speaking in tongues in the real sense, actually. Anyway.
Hebrew is the actual tongue.
Yeah.
Chezi says, what tradition was Jesus aware of? Shouldn't Gamaliel teaching? So this is actually a very interesting thing in your Paul book, which I didn't realize until I read your Paul book, which is Gamaliel is really the last historic figure which certainly Judaism and Christianity and maybe even Islam claim in common.
Yeah.
And he was after Jesus. Well, was he? Gamaliel the First. Gamaliel the First was probably a contemporary.
Yeah, I was gonna say more like contemporary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's this nebulous thing because I get asked about this. I get asked about this a lot, like when I'm teaching in the book of Acts, right? Because there's always this question about Christian traditions, about Gamaliel being a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of like you have to boil down at a certain point what that means at that time in history. You know what I mean? Like, did he think Jesus was the Messiah? Did he think Jesus might be the Messiah? Did he think it right? You know, like, I mean, how would you ever possibly know that for sure? Like, without knowing his heart and mind. It's not like there were these two religions and you were a member of one or the other at that point in history.
Well, at least...
You know? And even if you accept the Christian traditions about him as true, so let's say you accept as true that Saint Stephen was one of his students who did become a Christian, and that he, after Saint Stephen was killed, by mob violence, he buried him in his tomb, right? We can accept that as true, and still, right? Is he just like doing a mitzvah for his student and burying the dead?
Well, okay.
That doesn't mean he's a Christian, right? Like, that doesn't mean he's...
If you accept Acts 5, right? Which I have no reason to discount it.
Yeah.
That means that Gamaliel I was alive after the crucifixion of Jesus.
Yeah.
After the first Pentecost, where Christianity believes that the Christian church was revealed at the temple.
Yeah. Which is 30 AD.
And you would, I mean, the implications of the text is he didn't personally believe that Jesus was the Messiah.
Right. He was, that quote is ambivalent, right? It expressed the idea, he clearly wasn't committed that Christianity was not from God, right? But he also isn't committing that it was from, right? He's saying, here's how we will discern which is true.
Right.
Right? Which means he was more open than some and less open than others, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so trying to discern, well, okay, at the very end of his life, like, what did he think in his heart? Right. I mean, you know.
That sounds like a very Protestant way of
exactly. Like, that's, so I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. What does it mean? Right. Was he baptized by St. John the Forerunner? I would say no. Right. John the Baptist. I would say no. I think that's unlikely. Did some Christian baptize him? How would we ever know? Right at the end of his life, how would we ever know?
I think it would have been big news if Gamaliel I had been baptized.
So there's Christian sources not very close to the time, admittedly, that make claims like that, but they're not very close to the time. Okay, so right.
I will do one piece of bone picking.
Yeah.
There are Christians. So this is a letter. I transcribed it. This isn't the actual letter. Where did I put it? So Rabbi Kaduri, who until his passing like a decade ago, was the most widely respected and well-known Mekubal. He was the leader of the publicly known Kabbalists in the world. He apparently left a handwritten note. This is my transcription with my numbers, with my coloring. He left a note, which he said to be publicized a year after his death, saying this. I personally do believe that this was actually a note that he wrote, and I dare believe I have some concept of what he may have been trying to say. There's a lot of Christians who, after seeing that note, started claiming that he was a secret Christian.
Yeah, he was encoding the name Jesus in the.
Yeah. And what is perfectly clear to me is that if Rabbi Kaduri had decided he wanted to become a Christian, A, he could have. B, he would have immediately become the most favored single Jew in the world for certainly all the dispensationalists and a lot of Protestants. He would have become incredibly wealthy, incredibly beloved, and quite possibly tens of thousands of Jews, if not more, would have converted to Christianity because that was his stature. Right? Yeah. In a similar manner, I would say, if Gamaliel the first had wanted and believed that Jesus was the Messiah, that would have incredibly changed. Like, he could have publicly made that proclamation.
Oh yeah, no, clearly he never did that. But it wouldn't have been an advantage to him at that time either. It is a different situation. Even what it means.
Like,
right, what would it mean in 30 AD to quote unquote become a Christian? The term Christian hasn't even been coined yet.
Right. But I mean, he could have become I dare say he would have been more popular than Paul of Tarsus.
Well, no, I'm not. I don't think there's any case to be made that he publicly became a proponent of Jesus of Nazareth and preached.
Why would he privately do so, though?
No. Well, no. The Christian stuff is this vague stuff about the end of his life.
Right. It's like, but I don't understand. Like, okay, let's say towards the end of his life,
he was baptized on his deathbed or something.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I think that's true either. I'm just saying
but let's say
comments.
Let's say he did. Why would that be kept private as opposed to being publicly celebrated by all Christians?
Right. No, I think that's a retrojection.
I agree.
I think that's a retrojection. But I think the reason it's a retrojection is that he was the actual tradition those people had received after the fact that he was in some way sympathetic to or connected to Jesus. And at a later stage in Christianity, they were like, well, for him to be a Christian, he would have had to get baptized before he died. And so they sort of retrojected the baptism, right? But to me, I think the more original claim from the Christian side is that he was like St. Joseph of Arimathea or St. Nicodemus, right? Both of whom were elderly men at that point who were contemporaries of Jesus of Nazareth, who were on the Sanhedrin, right? And who were followers of Jesus in the sense that they had some idea that he at least might be the Messiah, right? And that Christians are including, because when you read the earliest things of the traditions of him burying Stephen, Nicodemus is there helping him. Like Gamaliel and Nicodemus are friends, right? Or like compatriots on the Sanhedrin. Right?
So, Okay,
So the question is, was he one of the people on the Sanhedrin who was sympathetic to the Christian movement or not?
okay, so I have to ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you believe that there was an organized Jewish persecution of the early Christians? Like that
By
it-
most definitions of organized, no.
What do you mean?
Well, in the sense that I think, for example, there are places where, for example, Paul of Tarsus in Acts has a high priest who wants him assassinated.
Okay.
Right? But high priest assassinating people during that period is like eating breakfast, right?
Well,
Like,
most of the high priests didn't last even a year.
yeah, right. So I mean, this is the common stuff, right? So I believe there were highly placed, especially among the Sadducees. So like what Acts actually says, when Saul of Tarsus is going around persecuting Christians, he's got letters from the high priest.
Okay.
Right? He's working for the Sadducees. Right? That's why I framed it the way I did in the book, which other people haven't read yet, but that he was a Pharisee, he was in Gamaliel's orbit, and then he got radicalized and went in this other direction. Right? Which happened a lot in that period in Jerusalem. There are a lot of people who left the Pharisees and joined different zealot groups, like young men.
So this has been my big point, is like, obviously he's not displaying any accord with what Gamaliel was teaching in Acts 5.
At that point, no. And that's why when you read his letters and he talks about that period when he was a zealot, he's like ashamed of it. He's embarrassed of it. Right. And he's I believe saw himself as getting back on the right track. Right. That he had betrayed the inheritance he received when he entered into that period of zealotry. And he was coming back to it. Now, you can argue that where he was trying to go back to is incompatible with Jesus of Nazareth being the Messiah, but I don't think at that date that it was. Like, I think you could be a Pharisee in AD 35 and think Jesus of Nazareth was the Messiah. I think that was a possible thing to do.
So I'm looking at Wikipedia, which is a mistake always. But
Where Destiny gets his information, yes.
And they don't have a date for the death of Gamaliel the First.
Yeah, it's not clear. We don't have a clear date. I think I sent you the icon of him, though.
You may have.
Yeah.
So
like St. Joseph of Arimathea, right? Like, why is he a saint? Right? Why is he a saint? The reason St. Joseph of Arimathea is a saint is that this is a man who is a wealthy and prominent man in Jerusalem who, when Jesus of Nazareth is crucified, has the guts and the courage to go in front of the Roman governor who just executed him, a guy who crucified Jews like he was blowing his nose, right? Like just a bloodthirsty guy, right? And had the guts to go in front of him and beg to be able to go and bury Jesus' body before sundown because the Sabbath was coming. Right. This is the great way that he is remembered as a saint. Right. I think even from a Jewish perspective, you leave Christianity out of it. Right. Such a Jewish man who went and risked his life literally to bury a fellow Jew who had been executed by the Romans. Right. Before sundown, before the Sabbath began. I think that's a righteous man, right? Just from a Jewish perspective.
yeah. Yeah, I mean anybody who's Chazi, do you have access to an Encyclopedia Talmudit or Shem HaGadolim or something like that to see if if there's a date for when Gamaliel is believed to have passed. I don't know that the Talmud in any way makes that clear.
The dating is really hard. So like even dating Jesus' crucifixion, right? Crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth. You're going by, first of all, the reason I say it's 30, like, see all these people saying 32, there's a problem. 32 Passover wasn't on a Sabbath. The year 30 it was. That requires Jesus to have been born in 3 BC, which people didn't used to think worked because of when Herod the Great died. But in the last 10 years, everybody thought Herod died in 4 BC. And now it turns out, based on new archaeological finds and stuff, it was actually 1 BC that he died, which means 3 BC for Jesus' birth works. But so if somebody as prominent as Herod the Great, like, we're not sure, you know what I mean? Like, we're arguing over the date of his death. Like, it's tough at that period.
Yeah. That's another thing a lot of people are just uncomfortable with. Is answer is I don't know.
Well, yeah, and I mean, the Romans went and wreaked havoc, right, all through the area and destroyed everything.
Right. Yeah.
So, you know, any records gone, you know, even inscriptions and stuff.
And it was thousands of years ago.
Yeah, it was a couple thousand years ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of the date of Jesus' death is just based on, okay, the Gospels agree that year Passover fell on a Sabbath. So what years was that true? We could do that based on astronomical calculations going back.
No, I mean, that was still during the time of actual intercalation based on...
Yeah. Well, we're also trusting... We're assuming continuity of the Jewish method of dating.
Well, I mean,
you know?
Yeah.
So it's possible that there was some disruption in that at some point. And
why do I even bother? I don't even know why I bother. Why do I bother, Father Stephen? Why do I bother?
Yeah, some guy in the 11th century sat down in St. Petersburg.
I see this
and just wrote it out longhand, and it never existed before.
It's just so funny. Like, you get
like
this,
when King James wrote the Bible in 1611 in English.
Like, sometimes, like, people from the internet, like, there's gotta be, like, one day on the internet there will be some differentiation between that and someone who actually knows something.
Okay, I gotta see more of the. What is that?
Pearl, whoever Pearl is saying a lot of stupid things.
Until the Maccabean revolt in the Septuagint. Which? Septuagint was translated around 250. The Maccabean revolt was in the... Anyway.
No, it's like... So, there was this video.
And then they became monotheists.
So, so wonderful video of this obviously KJV only Protestant Baptist who was like, no, obviously Jesus' name was Jesus. There is a J in Hebrew because according to this guy, the Yemenite Jews have a J sound. It's the Gimel without the Tagesh. He didn't know this. And so like, yes, the Yemenites do have a J sound. they still make differentiation between all the letters of Becket Kefet,
Yeah.
and so they pronounce Gimel without a dagesh as a J.
Oh, how do they pronounce ayin?
Ayin, you know.
Oh, they do like the old.
They differentiate between. So the Yemenites differentiate between all of the. So Yemenites, like hardcore Yemenites, they do Kriyat Torah with Targum Onkelos.
Okay.
So when they do Kriya, the person who gets called up to the Torah has to read themselves both the Hebrew has to have memorized the vocalizations, because you can't read from a vocalized text. So in order to get an aliyah at a Yemenite synagogue, at a hardcore Yemenite synagogue, you have to have memorized the vocalizations of your aliyah. Go up, read yourself, because they don't use a Baal Koreh. And you have to read the Onkelos between each verse.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, like, getting... Fraud is like, I love the phrase hardcore Yemenites. The old school Yemenites, especially, like, they tend to be also very anti-Kabbalistic. So they're like, they claim to do everything according to Maimonides. So it basically the only synagogues you can go to on a Friday night that doesn't sing L'Chadadi, which is a hymn from 500 years ago, is a Yemenite synagogue. And if you get an aliyah, you have to read yourself, and you also have to do the targum of each verse as you go along.
Which is reverse of the old practice. Right? Like the old practice, like in the first century, was if you were going to read a targum, you then had to read the original.
Okay.
Because the targums were so...
Well, yeah.
Not always, but often so. Yeah.
I mean, the reason they had the targum was because most people didn't know the Hebrew.
Yeah, they do Aramaic and not. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's close enough that, like, you should. But anyway, so so in the that's in Yemenite synagogues, and they have a different. So they say Beged Kefet, each with differently with and without a dagesh. So Bet Vet, Gimel Gimel, Daled Daled, Kaf Chaf, Pei Fei, and Tuf Thuf. Yeah.
So, by the way, Elephantine Island, just so you know, archaeologically,
I've never been there.
Okay, so nor have most people, but on this island there was a Jewish community, and in the middle of where the Jewish community lived, there's a big stone slab foundation with a hole in it. And so people hypothesize that, if you look at the general floor plan of this foundation, it resembles the measurements and the ratios and everything of Solomon's temple. And the hole is kind of where the quote-unquote well of souls would be. Therefore, we conjecture that this Jewish group had a temple on the island. Now, I don't know how you get from stone slab to polytheism.
I was just going to ask what...
But that's what we're being told. Now, the actual more popular Jewish temple in Egypt was in Leontopolis, outside Alexandria, and it was an obelisk. It was not constructed at all like Solomon's temple. It was an obelisk that had been a temple to Bast, that the Jewish community in Leontopolis had taken over and rededicated. And they did some of the offerings there. And it was sort of considered like an embassy of the actual temple. Like they all considered the Temple of Jerusalem to be the real temple. And they took care of all their obligations toward the real temple. But then like for day-to-day stuff, they'd like go visit the annex. Like over. And they tried to justify it by the Psalm verse that said there would be a temple to the name of God in Egypt where incense would be offered. And that temple in Leontopolis was destroyed in 73 AD. So for 3 years, it was the only Jewish temple functioning in the world. It was destroyed because the emperor ordered the Roman governor to destroy it. Because he said, we destroyed the other one. We don't want this to become the new Jewish rallying point for a potential another revolt. So just go destroy it. And so it was destroyed in AD 73. But anyway, that's the history of Jewish temples in Egypt.
Is Josiah Hamilton a friend of yours?
I don't think so, but
Familiar. I have no idea what he's asking.
I think Bryan Danielson will have a very brief title run to end out his career.
Who is Bryan?
I think he's going to win at Wembley. He is a professional wrestler.
Okay.
Bryan Danielson, the American Dragon.
These are things I know nothing about.
Yeah, he's wrestling Swerve Strickland
Okay.
for the All Elite Wrestling World Heavyweight title at Wembley Stadium this weekend.
I am going to go to bed, but I learned something new today. I did not know about this island, actually. So I will, I've just never heard about it before. But it sounds interesting.
I keep on hearing about the temples at Elephantine and Leontopolis, but mostly from Father Stephen.
Yeah.
So,
And
what?
As far as I'm concerned, they're just more heretics.
So what's the history behind it? Is that what? There was just some ancient Jewish communities that lived on this island? Or
On Elephantine Island?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Leontopolis was basically an outlying region of Alexandria. And there was a huge Jewish community in Alexandria going back to the time of the exile. Remember when Jeremiah and they tried to take Jeremiah and flee to Egypt? And so there was a very huge, that's why you have Philo of Alexandria. That's why you have, that's how you end up with the one in Leontopolis. And Leontopolis was the area, the outlying area of Alexandria that was like the Jewish district.
Okay, I see.
And there's a fair amount of Second Temple Jewish literature that comes out of that area in Leontopolis around the temple.
Okay.
Like Joseph and Asenath, and arguably Third Maccabees.
All right, I'm getting, but thank you, Stephen Deing. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So random stuff.
Yep, random stuff. All right. Well, good night, gentlemen.
Yeah, you can tell Garth is Protestant. He refuses to call any man father.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he could call me doctor.
He could call you doctor.
Yes. Of course, doctor means teacher in Latin, and Jesus also said, call no man teacher in the same verse. So.
Oh, that's
But I bet he calls doctors doctor.
Maybe. Yeah.
I
think he goes to a Lutheran. So, aren't Lutherans less?
Half of the Lutherans are called, yeah.
Yeah. He's a good guy, though. I like him.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's a bad guy. That's just the weirdest thing people pick out.
It is, but you know what? It's one of those things that when you're sola scriptura and you read and you're like, I should do that.
Yeah, but then I take you to 1 Corinthians where St. Paul says to the people of the church in Corinth, you have had many teachers, but you have not had many fathers. I am your father in Christ. And I say to said sola scriptura Protestant, so is St. Paul sinning here? Is he contradicting what Christ said?
Oh, so
So-
Garth wasn't apparently doing deliberately. He was just being Garth. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So funny thing, the first thing I asked
I took
when
no offense anyway. So
I always call Father Stephen the very Reverend
the
Archbishop.
very Reverend Doctor put on airs, comma PhD. Yeah.
Yeah, the first thing I asked to the Coptic servant who greeted me, who said he would answer any questions I had, was, yeah, so what's the deal with calling people father? Which he took very graciously, which
Yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah.
I will tell you, I have always had so much of a harder time referring to a Reformed rabbit as a rabbi than I have, and several people, more than a few, including on my Discord, have been like, "Can I call a Reformed rabbit a rabbi?" Because it just feels like. Ugh.
Especially if it's Rabbi Heidi in Texas.
Yeah, like there was this video on Twitter of this ceremony where a bunch of rabbits, of course, they were all wearing talit, right? Because they don't wear it any other time, but it was a public announcement. And she gets up there and says, I am the proud parent of 2 trans children and 1 cis child. And
What went wrong with that one? Oh,
right. Yeah, no, made a joke like that.
yeah.
Like, and I am proud of my cis child too. Right? And it was like, okay, lady, if you know anything about epidemiology, the chance of you having 2 trans children that are actually trans, in the way we have understood being trans for that, like intersex / having some sort of serious problem with your gender identity for the past more than 2,000 years. Like, this is the thing I point out to people. Like, I'm sorry, this trans thing is not as new as people on the right try to make sound. There are 500,000 hijra in India today. These are men who, through the most difficult things and ways I will not describe because you would cringe, have castrated themselves.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, this is not a new thing in human history. What is a new thing in human history is suddenly finding 2 people in the same family who have this condition, which has not happened in the past 3,000 years as this has been a thing.
The actual condition is one that afflicts certain middle-aged white women at a certain level of American society, where the greatest thing that could possibly happen to them
is to have a non-binary child.
Yes, is to have, who is queer, trans, fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Learning disabled. Try and pile on as many of those as you can possibly get. Because then they can begin every sentence they say with, as the mother of a fill in the blank.
So I don't know.
That gives authority to their every word.
I don't know if you noticed this, but on Twitter, a trend has become to start referring to as a Jews. Right? People who will only in any way be Jewish if they are doing it as a Jew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
right? Like the only time this human being, George Soros being one of them, has ever personally identified as a Jew was to be, you know, who George Soros is. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're in LA. Did you listen to Phil Hendry back in the day?
I loved Phil. Although he's lost his mind. He has serious TDS.
Oh, yeah. Well, back in the day, man, that was the
I love Phil.
and that one character he had who like everything he said was, so as a gay man and a gay journalist, right? Da 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 da. And then people would call in and be like, what you're saying is stupid. He'd be like, sir, are you a homophobe?
Phil Hendry was so I was telling one of my friends about 3-Year Letterman. Have you seen 3-Year Letterman?
Yeah.
And he's like, so you're just telling me he's the new Phil Hendry? And I was like, yeah, he kind of is. He kind of is.
My favorite Phil Hendry episode of all time was he did this one where he was doing an old guy who called into the show.
Yeah.
And so he's doing the old guy voice. He's like, yeah, you know, I feel like I messed up, Phil, and I think I left the radio on at home on KFI. So I'm hoping the kids are listening because I left the grandkids at home and, you know, I left my gun on the bed in the master bedroom and I think it's loaded. So kids, if you hear this, don't go play with that gun. And people are calling in like losing their minds.
Okay, my favorite Phil Hendry episode. Right after JFK Jr., his
plane disappeared, right?
So he had somebody on who was claiming to be like, no, I totally understand. He was in a plane with his wife and his sister-in-law, and when women are yapping, like they're like, why wouldn't you kill yourself? Right? And this woman calls, right? And she's like, you are a misogynist. You're and they must have cranked the screech up in her voice. And Phil Henry's like, no, I want to kill myself. Her voice. Oh my God, Phil Hendry was so great. But this was before young Andrew's time.
Yeah.
I think you can find Phil Hendry on.
Greatest hits stuff on. Yeah.
I went and looked him up, and his Facebook is just filled with TDS. Yeah. So as far as the Ethiopians having the Ark of the Covenant, I can guarantee you that if they actually had anything which remotely looked like the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia, one of the militias would have taken it and stole it and sold it many times over.
Well, that's why supposedly they don't. So supposedly, right? They used to process with it once a year, but that was before the 1940s and the Italian invasion and everything, and they've had it sort of locked away under this cathedral.
I guarantee
and everything ever since.
I'm a firm believer in Indiana Jones, and anyone who tries to come in there and steal it is.
Yeah, I think if it still exists, I think the Ethiopians have it, but I don't think it still exists.
I guarantee you there have been multiple mercenary armies who have gone into that cathedral, searched it from top to bottom, and if they are getting turned into ash, there must be a mountain of ash in with many automatic weapons.
I saw a documentary about it where this guy went to the cathedral. There's a reporter, right, who's doing the documentary, and he's trying to talk the monk there
Into
who greets him into showing it to him, right? Oh, come on, right? Let us in. Let us take a look at it, right? And he's like, no, right? So finally the monk is like, okay, hold on, right? He goes up and he comes back with this box and he opens it up and he's like, oh, these are the crowns of the emperors of Ethiopia from like the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries. Like the jewels, like it's this amazing, right, thing. And the guy doing the documentary is like, yeah, forget that. We want to see the Ark of the Covenant. I don't care about these other historical artifacts.
Not to be too blasphemous. I know you won't be offended. I hope none of the Orthodox watching or Catholics watching will be offended. There is a hilarious documentary on YouTube about Jesus's foreskin.
Oh. Which a certain Roman Catholic Church claims to have, yes.
Many Roman Catholics.
Several.
He did.
You know, during the Crusades, there was some Jewish guy who had a whole cottage industry of selling Crusaders, you know, the remnants of various brisses across the Holy Land.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah. But apparently they used to, until the 60s or 70s, have processions with it in a particular town not far from the Vatican. But yeah.
My favorite one of those documentaries, though, is remember when they found the James ossuary, right? The bone box that was supposedly...
Yeah.
Right?
James Tabor still thinks it's genuine.
It's not.
I know. James Tabor, this is the thing with James Tabor. So he did a video and he bought into, so somebody did a Purim Torah on a Megillat Esther being found, and it was obviously Purim Torah, right? Purim Torah is a parody. Like on Purim, people make all kinds of funny satire. And on one of these Jewish archaeological websites, they had what seemed like an obvious Purim Torah of, there actually was a scroll of Esther in Qumran, but people didn't find it because it was wine stained, you know, that type of joke, right? And James Tabor made a video where he's like, apparently they found and as much as I love the man, he is a little too credulous.
Yeah.
And he has this whole postmodern thing of like, well, if it would be nice for it to be true, why am I gonna...
Yeah. There's a certain truthiness about it. Yeah.
Yeah. It could be true. What's wrong with just believing it?
Yeah. Yeah. This documentary about the ossuary, right? They're going around, you know, going to different places. They're going to try and authenticate it, right? The documentary. And so finally they go to the Church of St. James, right? Outside Jerusalem, right? This Orthodox church. They go and they're interviewing the priest, right? And the interviewer says, so this church, you have the relics, you have the bones of St. James here. He's like, yes, they're under the altar, right? We have the bones of St. James. And he's like, okay, so he holds up a picture. Did they come out of a box that looked like this? And I'm like, okay, so you've just accepted the premise that his actual bones are like 12 feet from you. Right. Why do you care about the box at this point? Right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And like, do you think they took notes when they took the bones out of the box as to what the box looked like so that this priest today would know?
Right.
Right. Oh, I recognize that box from the...
Yeah. Yeah, so Tabor, I honestly believe has done what happens if you are a Tabor also believes that the Jesus tomb is real. He believes that the Talpia tomb actually is real. So Tabor is a Protestant who has taken his Protestant belief all the way down the line, which is why he started a new religion, which is vaguely Abrahamic and Noahide. Yeah, he's not really he's certainly not a Pauline Christian. His wife is not his wife. His sister is an Orthodox Jew now.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, at that point, why don't you just become Jewish? Like,
Hey, I
he's just not a joiner, I guess. He's just not
at the very least to become a Noahide. He started his own little thing, which is the curious part.
Yeah. And if you're going to start your own little thing, at least do it in a way where you're going to make money, like L. Ron Hubbard or something, right? Like,
well, I don't think he's doing so poorly.
okay. But is he making the money off of the religion?
No.
That's the question. Yeah. See, that's the.
No,
he's failed to monetize his.
No, I think he is. I mean, he seriously believes he's following the path that Jesus taught.
Yeah. I don't know. It just takes a weird hubris to me. Like, everyone for 2,000 years has gotten it wrong until I arrived on the scene. Although, like you said, that is taking Protestantism all the way down the line.
No, I actually think he is a very faithful Protestant. Yeah. I think that is where you arrive if you are a faithful Protestant who actually pays attention to all of the facts out there.
Yeah, potentially everything can be wrong. Yeah, and so I have to reassess this all for myself, starting at square one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I certainly don't in any way judge the man. He seems like a much better human being than I am.
No, that's not my job anyway.
Yeah.
I'm in operations. I don't. I'm not particularly in sales. I'm also not in foreclosures.
Yeah.
Super random question.
How did I know you were going to say that?
I just save them up. They're all stored in me. Well, this is going to come out of the blue. Can you make the case that, like, MMT, like that Aramaic phrase, means whatever new perspective idea of works of the law, like, is, you know, like,
what?
Is it?
So you're asking a question about 4Q MMT.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, he's asking about Maseh Torah, which you have recommended a certain book, which I have not read, about the meaning of that term.
Of the phrase, works the works the law. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like,
in well, that's, I mean, that N.T. Wright reading 4Q MMT was sort of what touched off the idea of the quote-unquote new perspective on Paul.
Okay. So, like, in the text 4Q MMT, like, how does it use that phrase, Maseh?
Well, the key is that it very clearly doesn't use it to refer to doing good things.
Okay.
Or keeping commandments in general. Right? That it is very clearly using that phrase to refer to the elements of the Torah that are directed to the Jewish people in particular, over against the Gentiles.
Interesting.
Okay.
right?
Like how?
And so, well, because those are differentiated, right?
Okay.
You got to go read the text of 4QFMT.
Yeah, I mean, I read it in English.
Yeah.
The problem is that like it's
So
fragmentary, so I kind of didn't get
right,
the
but
gist of
trying to
it.
read that to say that they're using it there to mean good works
Yeah, I
doesn't
get
work,
you. Mhm.
right? Which is how Luther reads St. Paul,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, I
So when
get
St.
you.
Paul talks about works of the law
Yeah.
being something you shouldn't do, right? That he's talking, so you shouldn't try and do good. You should
Yeah.
go and try and do good works, right? Which is so counterintuitive, right? Like where you literally arrive at a point in confessional Protestantism where like the most evil heretical thing you could do is for me to stand in front of my congregation and tell them avoid sin and try to do good.
Mhm. Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's the worst thing you could say. That's the most heretical thing. And when you're at that point, like you've kind of refuted your own religion. Like I don't know what religion that is, but it's not Christianity, right?
Mhm.
Like it's definitely not Judaism. That's and the other key element of that is that for Luther's version of St. Paul to work, St. Paul is opposing Pharisaic Judaism. And so Luther wants to say that Pharisaic Judaism taught that you earned your way to heaven by doing good works.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I grew up Lutheran.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is not what, and again, 4QMMT helps make clear that's not what Pharisaic Judaism taught in the first century. Right.
Mhm.
And therefore, St. Paul can't be responding to that because no one was teaching that.
Mhm.
Right. And so, if you understand that works of Torah refers to those specifically Jewish things like circumcision, right, and keeping kosher, and on and on and on, right, that were directed to the Jewish people and not to Gentile converts,
Mhm.
right, then what St. Paul is saying in speaking to a predominantly Gentile audience is you as Gentiles are not going to find your salvation by going and getting circumcised and trying to keep kosher and do all these things that weren't commanded to you.
Mhm.
Right. Abraham is the father of many nations. You need to strive to be faithful to God the way Abraham was faithful to God.
Mhm.
Right. Before the Torah was given at Sinai. That's how you'll find your salvation. Right. It's by being faithful as a Gentile. Right. And those other things are for the Jewish people.
Mhm.
Right. And so St. Paul's whole idea of how anyone finds salvation, the way anyone finds salvation is by being faithful to the calling that God has given them.
Mhm.
And so built into his understanding is that different people and different groups of people are called by God to different things.
Mhm.
Right. But whatever it is that you are called to, you and your people and your community are called to by God, being faithful to that is how you will find your salvation.
Mhm.
Right. So if
Yeah.
you're Jewish, that's by being Jewish and answering the call that God has put on you in general as a Jewish person and in particular as a particular Jewish person.
Mhm.
Right. Because not all Jewish people were called to the exact same thing. They're not all called to be. They're not all Levites. They're not all right. Like they're called to different things. Right.
Mhm.
And not every Gentile is called to the same thing. Right. But so he could have differences at the group level and at the particular level of the particular person. Right. But the way of salvation by faithfulness, which is the correct way to translate pistis and the related verbs, not just faith like believing things, but faithfulness. Right. Everyone finds salvation through faithfulness. But everyone is faithful to the calling that, and he's getting at that all the way through, like in the chunk of Romans that Jacob read earlier today. Right. You look at what he says. Right. And he says, so sure, you read you read the Hebrew scriptures, you pretty quickly see there were a lot of Jewish people who were unfaithful to the calling that God had given them. Right? But then what does he say? That doesn't revoke the calling of God on the Jewish people.
Mhm.
Right? They still have that same calling. That calling is irrevocable. Right? That doesn't mean every single Jewish person is going to fulfill that calling. Right? But they're called to it nonetheless.
So, like, what was the reason for the Essenes telling all these people to do works of Torah? Like, was it the whole issue of like
Well, they were
Jewish
writing
people not
Jews.
being circumcised at the gymnasiums, or
Right. It was against assimilation into Greco-Roman culture.
okay,
They were writing to Jews.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That
Okay.
they should not assimilate into the broader Greco-Roman culture.
Oh.
Because that was a real problem
Yeah.
in the Greek and then into the Roman period, including people doing makeshift surgeries to try to appear uncircumcised so they could go to gymnasium. Like, that's pretty extreme, man. Like,
Don't do that, Andrew. Don't do that.
No
Yeah.
issues with me.
yeah. And
Although-
so the book that Jacob mentioned is Matthew Thomas's published dissertation,
Yeah.
where he goes through all the first, second, and third century writers, every single writer, church father and otherwise, who mentions works of the law in Paul's writings. It turns out, yeah, there it is.
Mhm.
Every single one of them reads it that way,
Yeah.
not Luther's
Mhm.
way.
except for the letter of Ptolemy.
Except for the letter of Ptolemy, which is a Gnostic text.
Yeah.
And which has proto-Lutheranism in there. Yeah. Actually, it's proto-Calvinism. Unfortunately. He does this whole dividing the Torah into civil, ceremonial, and moral. And saying, oh, some of those you could just toss, and then some these other ones we keep. Because he was trying to form a compromise between Marcionism and actual Christianity.
Mhm. So this is a kind of unrelated question. Like for Apocrypha, like, is there stuff that we just like don't believe in Apocrypha, or is it all just like
I mean,
things that are hard to get and
Well,
that
no,
actors read?
it's codifying a set of traditions and interpretations,
Okay.
right?
I mean, do we
And so, right, those aren't all correct, right? So, like the Epistle of Barnabas is in the Apostolic Fathers.
Mhm.
Okay, there's stuff in that that's helpful. Like if you read his understanding of the relationship between the crucifixion of Christ and the Day of Atonement ritual, right? That could help you understand like some of what's going on in St. Matthew's Gospel,
Mhm.
right? So it could be helpful in reading that. But the Epistle of Barnabas also says that the Torah was destroyed at the time of the golden calf and the Jews never got it back.
Mm.
Which, of course, is ridiculous and not true.
Thank you.
Right? Right. So we don't believe that. And a lot of the traditions, like if you're talking about New Testament Apocrypha, like you go and read the Acts of Thomas, there's all kinds of interesting things in there that gives you insight because it's about his missionary activity in India. Right.
Mhm.
And there's some of the information in there has been proven out archaeologically to be historically accurate.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep.
But some of it, like there's this whole thing where he runs into a Naga and like does an exorcism on it and the Naga explodes. Right. Like we're not literally to think like, no, that really happened. Like exactly. Exactly the way it's written in the Acts of Thomas. right? Like, not that it couldn't, right? But like, that's not. I don't even know if that's what the
That's
text
what
is.
those very, like,
There's
yeah.
weirder stuff.
Mhm.
I think it's the Acts of John where the guy,
Yeah,
the guy
yeah.
is having an
others.
affair and then hits his father and thinks he killed him.
Uh,
So he thinks he
and that-
murdered his own father. So in his sadness and desperation, he castrates himself and goes and finds the woman he cheated with and throws his severed genitals at her. Yeah. And then it turns out his dad wasn't dead, and there's a whole like, weird, confusing. Yeah.
Sounds like a biography of Gandhi. So.
Yeah. So
Or-
yeah, the point is not like I don't think that kind of weird fundamentalist literalism is the way to read the actual Bible, let alone apocryphal books. We'll put it that way.
I was about to say those exact words.
Yeah.
Like, don't read your Bible that literally, please.
Yeah.
Much less anything else.
Okay, but like even if we don't read it literally, like it's not as if we're following the Enochic calendar.
Right.
Like, okay,
Yes.
so that's something
you
I
are
can
not to
just set
split
aside.
the church and go and form your own church that will follow the Enochic calendar because it is was delivered by God through Enoch before the
You know, I've heard some bits of Ethiopian Christianity that do follow it, or something like that, or keep it as like a. Yeah,
I don't know of any, but who knows?
The real, genuine, truly Orthodox.
Yeah. Somewhere in the hinterlands of Eritrea, there's somebody like, no, we are the real.
The ultimately true Orthodox are the ones that really.
The true, genuine, we swear Orthodox. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do I know so much about Christianity? Like, why? I don't know why.
It's providence.
Apparently it is. Apparently, for some reason. Yeah. Apparently, I have been designated an expert on all forms of Christian heresy.
Well, you have met Jules, so
I haven't met him in real life.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Jules is now one of his nicknames is the man of 1,000 heresies.
What's his latest?
And we're being very particular. It's not 1,000 heresies. It's 1,000 heresies, like the specific number.
I see. Father Stephen was just calling you out by name earlier, Trey. I forgot what exactly you called him out on, but it was hilarious.
I don't remember either.
Oh,
What did I do?
It was Saint Michael. It was Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
It was Jesus and Saint Michael.
Oh, Jesus is the Archangel Michael, and I said that there was it was one of the reformers who believed that was
Apparently, Eusebius believed that.
Yeah, Eusebius of Caesarea. Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, apparently, I mean, I didn't know Eusebius wasn't accepted by most Christians because he had some horrendous things to say about Jews.
Oh, he was all over the place on all kinds of stuff. He invented a guy who never existed in order to try to prove that the book of Revelation shouldn't be in the Bible.
Cringe.
So, yeah, that's how he rolled.
Looking at the passage, I do have to ask, why don't you think Christians in the past have viewed the Archangel Michael as Jesus in some form
Which passage?
in Revelation? Well, like Michael the archangel doesn't he send down Satan in Revelation? Am I crazy about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why would that make him Jesus?
Why? Well, good point. I would just understand that. Why would Michael have the authority rather than Jesus? I guess just because Michael is such a prominent figure in the Book of Revelation that I'm not saying that's how you should read it, but
So you have to understand, going back to the book of Daniel, right?
yeah.
The archangel Michael is like the guardian angel or patron angel of Israel,
Mm.
True.
right? And so that's why. And so the whole thing with what you find in a lot of Second Temple Jewish literature is this dynamic, including, like, so for example, the Assumption of Moses, right?
Mhm.
Moses' body is there, and there's this scene. St. Jude refers to this in the Epistle of Jude, where the archangel Michael and Satan are sort of contesting over Moses' body. What does that mean? They're not like getting in a slap fight, right? The idea is that Satan is the accuser,
Mhm.
right? So this dynamic, he's like accusing Moses of various sins,
Mhm.
right? And so, and then Saint Michael is like defending him against those accusations,
Okay.
and then ends up in the Assumption of Moses, taking Moses' body up into heaven. And that's why, as Deuteronomy says, nobody knows where it was buried, nobody found it, because it was taken up into heaven, signifying that Moses had already sort of participated in the beginnings of the resurrection. Not only would he be raised up, but he already sort of had been
Okay. That makes
in
sense.
advance.
I did have a more substantive question for you, Father. So I asked you about consensus of scholars, but like, how should laymen understand facts or like understand evidence of scholars or what scholars say is true with information of faith? Because I know you mentioned the point, it's just a consensus, but the average person can't really substantially say that's wrong or that's right because they don't have the expertise for it.
Right. So part of the problem is that people read for conclusions.
Mhm.
Right. So when you read a book, especially a scholarly book, somebody's going to present a whole ton of evidence, right?
Mhm.
And then they're going to draw conclusions based on that evidence,
Mhm.
right? And most people now read for the conclusions, right?
Mhm.
They may even skim through a lot of the evidence because it gets boring, right? To get to, okay, what's the point, right? What are you saying, right?
Mhm.
And then nowadays, people go there first, and if they disagree with the conclusions, they don't even bother reading the book, right?
Right.
Because if I don't agree, you must be wrong.
Yeah, right. But people need to learn to read for the data, not the conclusions, right? You read the book to get all of the data, to get all of the information, get all of the facts, right? And then once you've read that and understood that, right, you may see holes in the conclusions, right, that the guy comes to. I say, well, wait a minute. Does X and Y really mean Z?
Yeah.
Right? Is that really a good argument? Right? Is that really? And that doesn't require you to have any data beyond the data that's been presented, right?
Mhm.
Because he's claiming his conclusions are based on the data that he just gave you. So you now have, if you read it, all the data he has, right? If he's hiding any, it probably does not support his conclusion, right? So, right. So you could look at that data. You could draw totally different conclusions sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Like you want it. You want an example from this again came up at the Bible study earlier because we were talking about the high priest vestments in Exodus, right?
Mhm.
So there's there's a thing where there's bells, right, on the high priest's vestments,
Mhm.
right? And the text says that he has the bells on his vestments so that he will not die.
Mhm.
Right? That's just literally what the text says. Okay. So are you ready for a very common scholarly interpretation of this?
Yeah.
They will go and they'll present the text. Here's what it says. The bells, what kind of bells were these? Here's archaeological examples of the bells. Da 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 da. Right. And then it's a whole bunch of these journal articles that conclude, well, they were worried that if the high priest went into the Holy of Holies, into the most holy place in the tabernacle, and God didn't know he was coming, that he might startle God and God would kill him.
Hmm.
So he has the bells so that God will hear him coming and not get startled. Right?
Right.
And accidentally kill him. Okay. So you can get all kinds of cool information in that article about the Hebrew text itself, about the kind of bells historically and archaeologically that were probably on the high priest's vestments, about all these things. And then you can look at that conclusion and be like, well, that's kind of dumb. Right? Like, that doesn't seem right.
Hold on, Father Stephen, are you implying that people should think?
I am indeed. That's
But you're a
Wait.
religious leader. Religion
right.
is about
That's not.
You're
That's
supposed
not
to
what I'm
believe
saying,
whatever I
Jacob.
tell you. I know. Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying, Jacob. Because
No, I was joking. I was
Okay,
saying,
okay.
I wasn't making any sort of. In fact, the only person I was criticizing was Martin Luther.
Okay, yeah, as I always do. But I guess I don't know what to. The thing I question is if I'm rejecting experts who I trust in one area, why am I not doing it in another area? And you're saying you're just looking at the data, but people look at the data of all types of things and they don't have the expertise and they come up to decisions that are sort of detrimental to you. And I guess, yeah, like what gives me the authority to say that I can understand the data, especially when other people have looked at the data and come to erroneous conclusions?
Well, first of all, you have to accept that you might come to erroneous conclusions.
Right. Okay.
Right? You might also, right?
Mm.
But here's the thing. So, yeah, you're not able to do like the information gathering level on a lot of these topics, right?
Mhm.
You don't own a super collider. You don't, right? You don't know how to gather information on sea anemone growth rate, right? Like you're not able to gather that data,
Yes.
right? So if you, for some reason, it becomes relevant to you and you want that data, right? Someone who's a specialist who knows and is able and has the access to the equipment and everything is going to have to give you that data,
Mhm.
right? And if it's any topic of any relevance to anything, you're going to find multiple articles, multiple sources who are doing experiments on this and who are gathering this data.
Mhm.
Right. So you get a broad swath of the data. Okay.
Mhm.
But then once they have the data, okay, people may be shocked at this, but you can get a PhD without ever taking a logic course.
Mhm.
Okay. So again, just because you have credentials, that doesn't mean you think better.
Mhm.
That just means you've studied something very intently, right? And you know how to do research
Mhm.
and how to collect data in that area,
Mhm.
right? Like I know how to, but the fact that I have a PhD in biblical studies means I know how to and have access to what I need to do research
Right.
on things related to the scriptures. It doesn't mean I have all that comprehensive knowledge in my skull all the time, right? But I know how to do the research. I can take a topic and research it and break it down and collect that data for somebody.
Right.
But if I go get a PhD in biblical studies, I've never taken a course in logic, I may not think very well, and my conclusions may be stupid. Even though I have done a good job of researching and collecting the data, I just then have various lapses in logic and how I interpret it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the key is you need to become a good thinker.
Okay. I mean,
right? Like I literally, this is probably the most snarky Gen X thing I do. I'm fully in grumpy old man mode. But I have a link to a free Stanford Logic 101 class online. And when people send me really stupid stuff, I just reply with the link.
Okay. If you will allow me to augment what you just said.
Sure.
There are two important ideas. One being intellectual humility and the other being distributed cognition. Intellectual humility means actually trying to understand, am I smarter than this person? Do I know, am I logically better able to reason than this other person? And what I really dislike is not making a similar analysis to, look, when I bench press the bar. That's 45 pounds. There are people who bench press my weight, which is 220 pounds. And there are people who bench press more. An intelligent human being should be able to recognize some people know more about certain things, understand logic better than other things, and have the humility to say, hey, you know what? When it comes down to a psak din of halacha, if Rabbi Breitowitz tells me I'm wrong, I will say, yes, Rabbi Breitowitz, okay. Whereas if Chezi tells me halachically I'm wrong, I may argue with him, but I'm only going to argue with him. Whereas if Trey tells me halachically I'm wrong, I'll just laugh. Right? There is, like, humility is not lying. Humility is being like Moses. And Moses, in his humility, said to Korach, Rav lachem b'nei Levi, it is too much for you, sons of Levi. And that was him being humble, saying, no, I am the representative of God here. And that's what it means, b'makom she'ein ish, right? Yishtadel liot ish. In a place where there are no men, like Moses looked this way and that, and he saw that there was no man, and he decided to be the man, right? And so you have to be willing to have that intellectual humility, and that intellectual humility includes looking this way and that way, seeing that there is no man and being that man. And I'll say this to both of you, Andrew and Trey. You're both a lot smarter than a lot of the stupid people I talk to in this world. And you need to realize that. Right? And the second thing is distributed cognition, which is, look, when it comes down to it, there are things Rabbi Shulman says, which I'm not a huge fan of, and things Rabbi Skobach says, which I am not a huge fan of, and things that Rabbi Breitowitz says, which I am not a huge fan of. But at some point, I have to go, when the three of them agree, I should shut up. Whereas when the three of them disagree, I might feel a lot more comfortable going with 2 out of 3 And whereas if all three of them disagree, I might even choose one out of three. Right? And these are valid ways of looking at how I am going to look. Look, there's a whole tractate of the Talmud called Horayot, like guidance, and how to gain guidance from other people, and how communal decisions should be made. I'm not recommending necessarily looking through them, but how human beings interact as in community is something that has existed before the 1960s. And in the 1960s, apparently we decided to be incredibly stupid in ways that Martin Luther was even more stupid. But apparently we've perfected it 500 years ago, which is, look, there's communal ways of knowing. And there's a humility, and there's a willingness to say, I know some things, and I don't know others.
I got to respond now.
Straighten this out, Andrew.
Go ahead.
We all have varying degrees of partial knowledge, and when you don't know that much, you recognize the people that know more than you by checking it with what you do know. And then you have to extend some level of trust and go based on what they know. And if you're smart, you say how you are trusting that person, right? You say, I haven't studied the Dead Sea Scrolls, but when I ask Father Stephen a question on 4QMMT, then I trust him more than me and my English translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And that's just kind of how you have to go about it. But yeah. And if you don't believe in partial knowledge, Vervaeke has this wonderful thought experiment that I partially remember. So there's this, I think it's like a Minoan king or whatever, and he says, there's this great chalice out there, and you, my messenger, I want you to go find it. And I know it is gold. Go out there, right? And the messenger says, I don't know all of what it looks like. How am I going to recognize it, right? He asks the king that, right? And how's the king supposed to respond, right? You have to acknowledge your own partial knowledge in order to act in the world and to gain more knowledge in the world. And I don't know, that's how we all just go about it.
I do have to note that yesterday, was it yesterday? It was Sunday. Andrew passed his personal trainer exam, and he is officially a licensed personal trainer in California. So if you need someone to tell you how many weights you should be lifting and how many reps, Andrew
Let's
is
go.
at it.
I have full knowledge.
He has full knowledge of how you should be exercising.
Yeah. But what I want to emphasize is, and I'm not disagreeing about what you're saying about knowledge and information, but being able to gather information, being able to gather data is a skill, right? Knowing where to look, how to look there, right? How to find it. But even more so, learning how to think clearly and cogently is a skill. It's not just something some people possess more than others, right? It's like Jacob's analogy, right? Eventually, if you bench press the bar enough times, you'll be able to start adding weight to it, right? Like you will develop more, right? Strength and more skill in it, right? And so that's what I mean by like thinking. And the thing with the logic course is learning how to think, right? Learning how to think is critically important, and we don't by and large teach people how to do that now, because first of all, you can't join any American political parties, right? So that messes up everything right there, right? But yeah, like people just haven't learned how to. It's amazing to me, like people with PhDs who can't like frame an argument. Like I'm not talking about they make bad arguments. I'm talking about like they don't know how to frame one. They just give you a bunch of data and some personal anecdotes and act like they've made an argument.
Well, you saw the president of Harvard and what's happening to our institutions of higher learning. So that's not, yeah.
Yeah. So that's, yeah. So even though I'm being snarky by sending them the logic course link, like if they actually went and watched all the videos, right, it would actually help them frame better arguments and think their things better, right? Like it would actually help them, and they could come back to me with at least a better argument for whatever it was they sent me, right?
So I want to ask this question mostly because I don't know what this word is. So father, is what Jacob just described similar in a way to consensus of the fathers compared to theologumenon?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So that easy dichotomy is kind of
What is
a
theologumenon?
mess. Well, so the way it's often presented to Orthodox converts is this idea that there are these things that all of the fathers agree about. And if all of the church fathers agree about something, then they're right. Whereas there are other things they disagree about. And theologumenon means something like a theological opinion. And so if they disagree, well, then they're all offering their relative opinions. And then often it's presented as, oh, so you get to like choose one that you think is right. Right. But so I think that whole thing is a fundamentally flawed approach. Because first of all the fathers agree on something is almost never the case. Right? It's almost never the case that every single church father says the exact same thing about the exact same verse. Right? And I don't think that's a problem. Because again, it's not like a verse has like one meaning. And we're trying to do a straw poll to find out what it means. Right? So a lot of the writings we have from the church fathers, for example, are sermons. Right? They're homilies. And they're giving these sermons at different times, at different places, to different audiences. And so the way they apply a text in one circumstance and the way they apply it in another circumstance may be different, right? And if two different church fathers speaking in two different contexts, in two different centuries, in two different parts of the world, to two very different audiences, one is wealthy, one is poor, one, whatever, right? Apply a text, the same text in different ways. That doesn't mean they disagree with each other about what the text means, right? Because they're doing something fundamentally different, right? So I think the whole idea of the consensus patrum kind of doesn't work. And that's even taking it, especially if you take into account the fact of how little of the church fathers we actually have translated into English. So your average Anglophone person who only speaks English has no access to most of the church fathers. So how would you ever know? Right? If they all agree, right? But then the other piece of that, the idea that, oh, if they don't agree, I can kind of pick one, has led to all kinds of nonsense. Because what it's led to practically is a whole bunch of people saying, well, if I can find one church father or one saint who said X, then I can believe X and call myself an Orthodox Christian. Right. And that again is ridiculous. Right. So I would agree that yes, if you find this one saint who says something different than everybody else, that yes, that's just his opinion, man. Right. But that doesn't mean you quote unquote can believe it. Like, what does that even mean? That's the most postmodern approach to anything. Do I have permission to believe this? Right? This is like pure Foucault. Right? The church is just this center of power and authority telling you what you're allowed to believe without any reference to, I don't know, truth. Right? Like, what am I allowed to believe? Right? You want to believe the truth. Okay? And what the church wants you to believe is the truth. Okay? It's not just a power dynamic. Right? So the question is, what is true? And if you're going to tell me that this one outlying church father, this one saint who says this thing that nobody else says and that everyone else seems to disagree with, he's the one who's actually right, you better be able to frame a pretty good argument, right? That not only explains to me why he's right, but how everybody else got it wrong, right? How all of these people more holy than you and I all got it wrong, right?
Well,
Somehow, right? As opposed to this one outlier. Right. So what I think Jacob was talking about in his rabbi example, and he can correct me, of course, is more that there is this other kind of authority that's not derived from having a PhD, right? That's derived from who you are, right? So it's an authority you're invested with. It's an authority that's placed on you by a community, right? It's an authority that you have from being holy and the kind of life you live, right? And that kind of authority sort of trumps everything, right? And so when you have multiple people with that kind of authority who disagree, right, unless one of them is in authority directly over you. So like in my case, if there's a couple of bishops who disagree about something, that's irrelevant to me. The only thing relevant to me is, what does my bishop think? Right? Because he's my bishop and I am under his authority. Right, under his spiritual authority. So whatever he thinks is the right opinion, right? As far as I'm concerned, right? If it's in the Orthodox Church, at least there wouldn't be this abstract situation where I'm under three different bishops, right, and I get to pick one. But there is that sort of other kind of authority, right? Of course, the fathers have that, and that's why you'd better have a pretty good argument if you're going to start telling me they're wrong about anything, right? And that argument had better include explaining how they got it wrong, right? Or at least explaining how they didn't get it wrong, but they were just speaking in a particular context or whatever. You better have a good argument, right, for that. If you're going to say, well, no, it should be applied differently in this other case, right? Now, my bishop doesn't need to make that kind of argument, because he's been invested with that authority, right? The authority to make the call, right? To look at it and say, no, this is how it is going to be done in the churches under his authority. And then he has bound or loosed, right? Whatever that is, that's it now, right?
That is incredibly interesting, because that is a very different way of thinking about it than I was thinking about it. So to explain as far as rabbinic opinion goes, so we have a concept called Toeh B'Dvar Mishneh, right? Which is somebody who's just wrong, right? And there's this possibility, right? I go to a rabbi, and for some reason I decide to ask him a question which, like, is pork kosher, right? And he's like, "Yep, this is kosher," right? And it's like Toeh B'Dvar Mishneh, like this is just obviously he's wrong. And in such a case, you don't ask a rabbi anyway, right? If something is so clear, right, there's no question to be asked. Then there are places where there is a legitimate question, right? And choosing a particular rabbi to have, right, as your authority, because that's somebody who has a particular method which you resonate with, which you think is right, is a good thing to do. But ultimately, if I have a question like that, I have to go to somebody who has authority, right? And once I pick someone and I'm like, okay, Rabbi, what do I do here? I'm not allowed to go, it's called post-ex shopping, right? Oh, I didn't like what he said. Let me go find somebody else who will give me a different answer. And then there are things which for somebody who's actually spent enough time looking into things, right? And I hope I am at this stature. Many people imagine that they are, and they aren't, which is like, I know enough various rabbis who have various opinions on particular questions. Let's take a very famous one, which is whether or not you can rely on the U.S. Department of Agriculture to certify whether cow's milk only has cow's milk in it. Rabbi Moses Feinstein very famously declared that you can, and because of that, and because of his personal stature, despite the fact many people vociferously disagreed, basically everything that is OUD, that is the Orthodox Union, has dairy that is certified as dairy product, unless it specifically says otherwise, relies on the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And there are definitely people who hold to a higher standard because they want to, right? But Rabbi Moses Feinstein was Rabbi Moses Feinstein, and basically nobody is, I mean, you would be placing yourself outside of Orthodox Judaism to say this is not kosher, despite the fact that many people will not consume it themselves in their own home, right? And will treat it like it's not kosher personally, but Rabbi Feinstein was Rabbi Feinstein. And so in a case like that, nobody's actually asking a rabbi. It's more of a question of, do I rely on Rabbi Feinstein or all of these other rabbis who were like, well, Rabbi Feinstein said it, but I don't agree, right? And so it's ultimately I think what Father Stephen said is very insightful in the question of, like, there's a reality out there. Does God think this is kosher or not? Right? And if we were to find out that the cheese, which everyone is relying on the USDA to say has no pig milk and no horse milk and no any other type of milk in it, is all cow's milk, right? And suddenly we were to find out that actually there there was significant amount of not cow's milk in it, right? Suddenly, a lot of like the question is that my sin, or like Rabbi Feinstein passed away a long time ago, and frankly, I mean, look, not a lot of good reasons to doubt that. I know why the rabbis who disagreed, because there's a very scary particular Mishnah which talks about Chalav Israel, which is like, it's just a scary Mishnah. I can pull it up for you. It's like it's a weird Mishnah. Here, I'll actually look up that Mishnah. Although it is almost 1 a.m. here. Mishnah.
Wasn't there a whole like Oven Avaknai story about this? Like,
no, that's a completely other thing. No, where was that Mishnah? I may have to like when I read that Mishnah, I was like, I don't know, like. I may have to look this up some other time because like it's late and I don't know where to find this particular Mishnah. It's one of these weird Mishnahs where like the rabbis make mysterious like references, which is like, I don't know what to do with this. And like, because I mean, when you think about it, Rabbi Feinstein was probably right. Like, I don't know that we are ever going to find a gallon of USDA certified cow's milk that has not cow milk in it, you know? But like, there are certain things which like you just mystically don't know. I wish I could find this Mishnah. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Did I make what I was trying to say clear at all?
I think so.
Glad to hear.
kind of related question. Like, at what point? Well, you were talking about like the verifiability of the ruling and also the consequences of the ruling, and how do you juggle those two without like heuristics, without kind of approximations? If you have like a safe ruling with intense consequences, or a shifty ruling with tame consequences, like how do you judge those without your own approximation of verifiability and of the intensity of those consequences? I don't know. Open question. This is one of those essay questions where the teacher says there's no right answer.
Well, from my perspective, I need to know the context, right? So, like in an Orthodox context, are you talking about your spiritual father tells you to do something or not to do something? Are you talking about my bishop tells me to do something or not to do something? Like, what kind of?
I don't know.
Because like my whole job
real life
as a priest is I'm the representative of the bishop in my parish when he's not there.
Okay.
And when he's there, I'm his assistant.
Mhm.
Right. So for me not to be fully on board with whatever he says it is we're doing is me not doing my job.
Mhm. Yeah, I get you.
Right. I am misrepresenting him then by definition.
Mhm.
Right. If you're talking about a person with their spiritual father, then right, like Saint Silouan says, God only punishes sin once. Right. So if you ask your spiritual father what you should do, he says do X. Right. If you do X and you're obedient and it turns out that X was a sin, that's on your spiritual father, not you. If he tells you do X and you don't do it, you better be right. Right? Because then it's going to be on you. Right. And potentially, if you make the wrong choice, you not only have whatever the sin is, you also have the sin of disobedience. Right. Like compounded. Right. Because someone told you the right thing to do and you rebelled against it. Right.
Mhm.
There's the check on that. Right. And that's that your spiritual father has a bishop. So you go to your spiritual father and say, my wife's driving me nuts. And he says, well, kill her and bury her in a shallow grave. Right. You might go, I don't think I should do that. I'm going to go talk to his bishop and say, hey, he told me I should kill her and bury her in a shallow grave. And then the bishop can let you know whether he's representing him correctly or not. Right? By telling you that. Right? And odds are pretty good. The bishop will say, no, that was not an accurate representation of my ruling on this. And so you should disregard it and I'll go have a conversation with him.
Yeah. I guess a good analogy for what I'm trying to get at is like, you know how like when a plane crashes, everyone just dies. Like there's hardly any survival rate, like they go fishing for a black box at the end just to figure out what happened. So hopefully it won't happen the next time. But like everyone gets on planes, right? Nobody
Not if I
knows
can
how
help
these
it,
like
but
cylinders in the sky works, but like pretty much everyone gets on planes. And like even though the consequences of like a plane crashing are dire, like people have enough faith, I guess, or to get on a plane, like they still, despite their partial knowledge of that whole thing, make the decision. You know what I mean?
Right. But I mean, I think, again, from my perspective, the authority structures are there in part to remove that ambiguity. Right. There's a way that seems right to a man and its end is destruction. Right. So that may be the case in any given course of action that seems right to me. Right. And so I have someone wiser and holier than me to go check that out with and interrogate that with. Right.
Mhm.
And then I'm given the option then of being obedient.
Mhm.
Right. And that for me removes the ambiguity. There may be consequences for the person in authority over me if they guide me incorrectly, but I no longer have that ambiguity if I'm obedient.
Mhm.
That's very hard for us to do. Right. We all kind of want advice, but we don't want to be like restrained by that advice. Right? Like I want to be able to take that advice or leave it. And if you're talking to someone who's legitimately holy or wiser in authority over you, right, then that's not advice you can take or leave. Sort of definitionally, because of the position they have relative to yours. So it's sort of like what Jacob said, once you ask, right? Once he goes to the rabbi and asks, now he's obligated.
Okay, I found the Mishnah, the weird Mishnah. Rabbi Yehuda said, Rabbi Ishmael asked Rabbi Yeshua a series of questions while they were traveling along the road. Rabbi Ishmael said to him, "For what reason did the sages prohibit the cheeses of Gentiles?" Rabbi Yeshua said to him, "Because Gentiles curdle cheese with the stomach contents of an unslaughtered animal carcass. And as the carcass of an unslaughtered animal is not kosher, cheese that is curdled with it is likewise prohibited." In response, Rabbi Ishmael said to him, "But aren't the stomach contents of a burnt offering subject to a more stringent prohibition than the stomach contents of an unslaughtered animal carcass?" And yet they said, "A priest who is open-minded with regard to what he eats may swallow the stomach contents of a burnt offering while they are raw," and the other sages did not agree with it. But the sages said, "One may not derive benefit from the stomach contents of a burnt offering ab initio, and one did derive benefit from them. He is not liable for misusing consecrated property." I'm going to skip some. In short, he's proving that it makes no sense what he's saying. Rabbi Yeshua said to Rabbi Ishmael, "The cheese of Gentiles is prohibited because they curdle it in the stomach content of calves used for idol worship." Rabbi Ishmael said to him, "If that is so, why didn't the sages prohibit deriving any benefit from the cheese instead of merely prohibiting its consumption?" Instead of answering, Rabbi Ishmael, Rabbi Yeshua diverted his attention to another matter and said to him, "Ishmael, how do you read the verse in Song of Songs 1:2? Do you read it, 'For your love is better than wine,' or as 'for your love, dodayich,' right, which is not God's love, is better than wine," in the masculine? Rabbi Ishmael said to him that it is better to be read in the feminine, "For your love, not God's love, is better than wine." Rabbi Yeshua said to him, "The matter is not so, as another verse teaches with regard to it. Your ointments, shamanecha, have a goodly fragrance." When I read this Mishnah, I was like, okay, they're telling me stop thinking so much. And while I understand that sometimes you have every reason to doubt something that someone you trust to have a higher level of holiness and knowledge, I have zero doubts that the cheese I buy that is USDA cheese is made out of cow's milk. At the same time, after I read that Mishnah, I started buying cow's milk that was certified kosher.
Okay, so just to make sure that I got the Mishnah right, the discussion with the Song of Solomon was that the love was referring to God's love.
Yes.
And because of that, all these little disputes are God's way of talking to us, of
That is a very
presenting the issue to us. Yeah.
That is a very cute way of reading that Mishnah. I don't know how to read that Mishnah other than to say, Rabbi, I mean, it says quite clearly that, like the text says, he decided to divert his attention to a different matter and started asking him about the Song of Songs. It was kind of like, you're thinking too much. And look, I don't expect someone who doesn't necessarily believe in the holy tradition of the Mishnah, what the Mishnah brings to us, to necessarily find this in any way convincing. But for me, reading that Mishnah was plenty convincing enough for me to stop buying cheese that was USDA approved, cow's milk, and start looking for the more stringent certifications that someone made sure, that a Jew had actually checked. No, this is cow's milk.
Okay, so wait, can I eat menudo or not?
You can eat. Whoa, actually, that's a really good question. So, there was a Rabbi Schwartz who, when there was the aborted Sanhedrin project in Israel, Rabbi Schwartz was hired to be the head of a rabbinic court that was established. It's the only rabbinic court that was really established to answer questions for Noahides. And Rabbi Schwartz, when I read some of the things he wrote, was of the opinion, and he'd apparently looked into it, that enough generally slaughtered animals are being eviscerated before they are dead, that he particularly said Noahides should avoid eating any part of the gastrointestinal tract of animals, of cows that were not specifically kosher. I have, it's very weird that you asked me this question.
Well, just all that stuff about stomach contents,
Right. I was very shocked to read what he wrote, and in fact, I have asked rabbis about it who know, and they don't know what Rabbi Schwartz was thinking. Rabbi Schwartz was particularly saying this in Israel. It's possible that maybe Muslims are eviscerating things in ways that we don't do in factory slaughter in the United States.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just very strange to me that he particularly was like, intestines of that Noahides should make sure to. He's like, Noahides can buy meat anywhere, other than anything that comes from the gastrointestinal tract, and that would be included in the prohibition of blood.
Yeah, the blood still in the.
Yeah, because it's funny that you should ask, but I was very surprised to read that in his rulings, and I have asked other people about it. They're not sure why he said it, and unfortunately, Rabbi Schwartz has passed away. But yeah, so there you go. Good question.
Yeah. And how do you kill the pickle to make it kosher?
So do you know why kosher?
I assume it's because it's something in the brine. I assume it's
the salt.
Yeah.
So kosher salt.
Kosher salt, yeah.
Do you know why kosher salt is kosher salt?
That I am not sure.
Because it is the salt that is used to kosher meat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's the salt that people would buy to take get the blood out of the meat. So it became referred to as kosher salt because you leave it on the meat.
To make the meat kosher, it's not because salt is.
Yeah, salt is kosher, and that is how you ended up with kosher pickles because it's made with kosher salt.
Yeah.
So many removes And just in case, the most popular question I get asked, why does aluminum foil and dishwashing soap have to be kosher? It's because they actually don't really anymore, but it used to be cheaper to make dishwashing soap out of lard. And aluminum foil used to have a layer of lard on it.
Oh, like gelatin. Yeah.
And so that's why most of the dishwashing soap you buy will be certified kosher, as will most brands of aluminum foil. There you go. Things you did not need to know.
Now I know. And knowing is half the battle.
Okay. We are ending at 1 a.m. because, even though I don't really have to go to sleep. I always thought kosher pickles were kosher because they had garlic. Garlic keeps away vampires.
And vampires like blood. See, it's all connected.
It makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
But that would also mean, by that same logic, that crosses were kosher. So
Because they
also
keep
keep
away
vampires.
Yeah. Is Pajot ever going to release your Nietzsche speech?
No clue.
I saw Peterson's Nietzsche course online today, so it reminded me of that.
Yeah, no idea. I had assumed that at some point, because I know it was behind a paywall at first, they sold like distance tickets where you could just watch the videos.
Yeah.
So I assumed it would be behind the paywall for a while. You got to pay the bills, right? Pay for the conference and everything. But he hasn't said anything publicly. And I don't talk to, it's not like I talk to him a lot. So it's very occasional. Usually when he wants to have me on the show or wants me to come speak at Peugeot Fest, like he contacts me and that's about it, right? Like in terms of our communication.
Really? You don't talk to Pajot very often?
No, and in fact, like he has people. So like he'll write me like in person to invite me to do something, and then he gets me in touch with his people, like to schedule something.
Which church does he go to? I mean, without doxing him, like which patriarchates?
So yeah, I don't know how much I should say.
Okay.
Because what I was about to say would not only dox him, it would dox Jordan Pearson. So I don't. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was just wondering if he's like, I don't know, Greek Orthodox or Antiochian or whatever.
Yeah. Oh. He is broadly the church he attends, as far as I know, when he's at home, is in the Slavic tradition, but I will not say more than that.
Okay. So I'll wait until after we go offline about certain things I have questions about. Okay, Father Stephen, I am going to land this plane. Was there anything you would like to say in conclusion?
Not really.
I
don't plug my stuff, so
don't be Messianic.
Yeah, don't be a trans Jew.
Don't be a trans Jew.
Trans Jews aren't real Jews.
Trans Jews are not real Jews. Yeah. Be a cis Jew or be a Gentile.
Yes.
Be a cis Jew or a
cis Gentile. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know of any Jewish people who are trans goyim in the present day, but
I do.
Okay. There you go.
I would say the entire Reform movement.
Well,
yeah. Okay. End of